So as far as the third world aristocrat video from today goes, I gotta say, huge win for the toe and a stroke of genius on my part.
Mr. Radio Voice, he's doing his shows. He's roasting some ass and he's picking his nose. He speaks like a pro on the Steel Toe Show. He's making a mess and everyone knows. Ready or not, he already came. April is a hoe and she's snorting for fame. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He spilled the beans. He's rooting for rage as he gets her thrice. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He had a felony charge, but he's gonna walk. He's got a big mouth and he talks the talk. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He's always a guest with Alex Stein. He's making a wish. He's taking his time. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. Oh, hip hop dibbity dap to wop 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 wop. Hong dong whittle dangle wang. Oh, he sang dooley mama splatting your hat. Doo to poot cakes.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome. Nice to be here. Some would say happy to be here. I hope you're having a great morning. I hope it doesn't turn into a dog shit day. I hope everything goes aces for you. We're going to start it off the best we can. I do have some great steel toe news to kick off today's show. That damn evening show got us back to perfect. So, all you guys got it. Not only to get us back to perfect, I think they went over by like $30 or something like that for themselves. So, evening show people kicking it in the ass. Now, here's what you do. You ride that. That's what you do. You take advantage of them setting everything back to good. You knock out a W. You know, last week on these solo shows, oh my God. Last week on these solo shows, we were just ripping them one after the other. I think we were done by like 9 o'clock. And Jen still did incredible shows. So thank you guys very much. We're starting off with $10 today. It says on the Rumble end, it says $10 over on Rumble, but I don't see anything in the chat. So I don't know if that came to us early on or what, or if maybe my shit's broken already. Thank you very much. We're going down to $3.10 to start today. Thank you so much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. I'm guessing new members, something like that. I got my first notification of the day was Rumble. Thanks, guys. My Lost Interest says, driving to meet with a client, please don't say anything untoward. I won't. You're not going to hear me say anything untoward today, at least for the first little segment of the show, because today we're going to be spending a good chunk of time talking about, I'm not even going to say talking about, honoring a great man. Not me. We do that every day. Some would feel I'm over-honored, as a matter of fact. I mean, too many wins for the toe. I'm a humble guy. It is the, what is it? It is Tim Walz is out there now. He's still doing the explanation trail. He's still on the explanation tour. It's not his fault. It's not like he's going out there going, you know what I'd like to talk about? My humiliating defeat in the presidential race. That's what I'd like to discuss. As a matter of fact, I got to take my eyes off sometimes I got to take my eyes off the chat because, and I hate to admit this to you guys, you're very funny. You're very funny. I'm reading L Train. I'm reading a couple other people. Very good stuff. But Tim Walz has been on his Loser Tantrum tour, and it's because everybody wants to keep asking him about why he lost. Now, I feel like at this point, that's a goof question because Tim Walz knows why he lost. We know why Tim Walz lost. But they keep making him say it. It's like the Bart Simpson meme. Say it, say it, say it. And he's like, we failed to attract male voters. Well, now they're trying to ask him, hey, Tim, weren't you the man's man that they were bringing on the ticket to get all these red-blooded American males to go, hey, Donald Trump's a pussy. That's our guy. That guy, the history teacher with a pocket protector. That's the guy that we like. The guy who, served in the military when it looked good on paper. But when it was time to go to, overseas and actually fight a war, he abandoned the group that he was commanding. That guy, man's man. Now, that's not me talking shit. I don't want anyone talking shit about Tim Walz. He's a great man. He's our fearless leader here in Minnesota. And, I mean, this state is just, you can't get any better than Minnesota. They can search your car because it's a public item on the roadway. You have no right to privacy in your vehicle. Minnesota over the last year has kind of been in a bad spotlight in this whole, steel toe, the Baldo-verse thing, because people have kind of exposed like, wow, Minnesota really is a shit state when it comes to like holding people accountable and things. That's not Tim Walz's fault. He was, that was here before him. He's only had about 7 years to fix it. So that's not very long in politics. So we're not going to have any bad mouthing at Tim Walz today. Tim Walz finally knows whose fault it is that Donald Trump won the election and why young men voted for Donald Trump. They've been asking him. He talked to his son and he finally figured it out, kind of his Barron Trump. And his son told him that, Dad, people were just voting for Donald Trump as a goof. That's right. The reason young men were voting for Donald Trump, according to Tim Walz's son, is because it's just funny. Is it? Who I voted for my future? Donald Trump. Just to be silly. It was all a lark. Go back to bed. Tim Walz is actually vice president. So that's the explanation that Tim Walz got from his bear. Doesn't that just sound like something your kid tells you to make you feel better? Like, hey, cheer up, Dad. It's okay. They were all doing it as a goof. You were the one who they really thought was the man's man. And Tim Walz goes, really? Is that what they said? That's really what they said about me? That makes me a lot happier. So I don't want anybody bad-mouthing Tim Walz. He's a great man. He's an awesome leader. I think a lot of you that aren't from Minnesota shit-talk Tim Walz because you're jealous. And look, jealousy is a stinky cologne. Don't wear it to parties. Let's go into the chat a little bit. We got some people talking about some things. We'll go into some miscellaneous stuff. We'll read your chats. We'll read your super chats, your Venmos, your PayPals, your Rumble rants, your memberships, and all that shit. And then we'll get into what we want to get into today, which it's going to be a regular Steel Toe show today. I know that's going to bum a lot of people out. It's probably going to kill our viewership. Aaron, you were at 1,000 people at a time on Monday. Some of the best numbers you've had in forever. Why are you just going back to doing your regular show and having like 700 people? I'll tell you why. I like doing my show. I like the kind of show I do. It's fun. I get to bullshit with people who have been fans forever and ever. And then I get new people coming in and busting some balls. It's a good time. It's a great way to kill a morning. And then I've got my daughter's wax museum presentation. Did they ever do this when we were in school? I feel like this is one of those getting old moments. Like my dad and my mom, whenever I would have something at school and they would come to school, I remember they would see the crayons we used. And they were like, oh my God, they were amazed by crayon technology back then. They were like, when we were kids, we had big old fat crayons. And now look at these skinny crayons we're using. And you'd laugh at your mom and dad. You're like, oh, look at the retards that are raising me and the things they're amazed by. Isn't this great? Well, now I go to my daughter's school, and like I had to run her some stuff yesterday she needed for her project. She needed some socks, which somebody who follows me a little too closely on Twitter thought that was a sexual thing, which says a whole lot of stuff about him that I don't even want to think about. But I had to run her some pink socks, and I had to run her a microphone. She needed pink socks and a microphone for a project she was doing. So I ran that to her, and I was like, well, and then we went, my aunt and uncle have a cabin nearby, so we went to aunt and uncle's cabin while we were there. I got to bring Gordy. He got to run around a bunch. I forgot that his tick shit is overdue, so I got to call the vet today. I got to get him in for his tick treatments because it's summertime. He's going to be out at the lake a lot. Yeah. So we go there, and we're talking about the project. I'm like, so explain to me what you guys are doing. And she's like, well, in our class for the last week of school, we're building a wax museum. And I'm like, what? Like Madame Tussauds? Like what? She's like, yeah, we all built wax models, and we're going to be displaying them tomorrow, which is today. I got to go to this thing today. And she said, we're making wax. I'm like, wax? You guys are making wax? We drew pictures. Like when we were in school, we had like water paints, and we'd make like a water paint thing of something. Or like the craziest thing we would have is like we'd have a science fair, and one of the kids would make a volcano where you just pour some pop rocks and Coke or whatever you did into a paper mache hole. And then we would make a big mess everywhere. You're like, look, a volcano. Had nothing to do with science, but we did it because it was fun and it was messy. Now they're building giant wax museums and taking up the gymnasium for the whole day in school. This is the newest thing I know. This is my old parent thing, is the kids are, I remember when I was your age, we would paper mache and we'd make a volcano. And then here they are making wax statues. Her project is her wax statue is of her hero. It's of her father. And I'm sitting, she said, well, Dad, people say that you like to sit at, you have a favorite chair in hotel rooms. So I made a wax figure of you sitting in your favorite hotel chair. And I said, you dirty dog. No, she's not. She's making a wax figure. It's supposed to be of like their favorite celebrities or famous people. And she's doing hers on Weird Al Yankovic. So. And then her and I have our big road trip to go see Weird Al. I've never seen him before. I'm very excited. She wanted to go see Weird Al, so for Christmas, I got her tickets, and we're gonna go. We're gonna take a 2-hour drive to go see Weird Al, and that is in about 3 weeks. We're going to be doing that. Let's go to you guys. Let's see what you got. Coltrane says, I got a new phone and need to update my payment info. Well, when you update your payment info, make sure you're supposed to test it with a $100 transaction. So $100 to the toe would be a great way to test it. McBuster said, oh boy, we have our first Nick chat of the day. This is my favorite part. This is the part where I go, hey guys, we're going to have a normal show today. We're going to do our normal thing. And somebody in the chat goes, did you see the Nick? And then I comment on it and I have a little fun. And then he goes, she's talking about me. Sorry, people think you're retarded and they have fun. And I've told a lot of truths where you've told a lot of lies. So they come to me for information. I can't help it. I'm a resource. McBuster says Nick is having a tantrum. He is so desperate. He knows we all know his damage control slideshow didn't sell anyone. Yeah, and like, I'll tell you this, the guy's got the sunk cost fallacy down. I mean, he's the guy. He's remember the scene in Casino where Joe Pesci is losing at the blackjack table and he keeps asking for like $10,000 markers and eventually they just have to cut him off. We're rapidly approaching that level. L Train says my lost interest is a Lady K sweeper. I think Mama K. People call her Mama K, call her Lady K. I don't know. It started out as Lady K. Now it's Mama K. I don't know. I don't know why it went to Mama K. I think some of these sector guys might have some parental issues. No, she's great. She's awesome. I like her a whole big bunch. I'm not gonna say what. I always get myself into big trouble running my mouth, and I start talking. I don't realize what I'm saying, and then just stupid shit comes out. I talked to Typing, talking, not like on the phone or anything. But I talked to Mama K yesterday. She's a fucking champ, dude. Like, she is hanging in there. Like, people are attacking her. I mean, look, 90% of people. Okay, fine. The Nick Melton contingent are attacking her. The other 95% of the internet, totally on her side, totally cool, totally awesome, support the hell out of her. But she's taking it in stride, man. You know, when people come from, you know, when us normal people who live outside the internet go into internet stuff, a lot of them kind of get a little shell-shocked at first. And man, she has come in, she's done her thing, and then she goes off, she lives her life. I was so happy. Like, I was like, hey, you know, if you ever want to do an interview or you ever want to do anything like that, love to have you, whatever. And she's like, you know, today, I'm not going to say specifically, because she goes, today I'm doing something with my family. And I told her, I go, that's the right answer. Good job. That's the way to do it. She's like, I just wanted to do my thing, and now I'm going to go off, and I'm going to do life. And I'm like, that's the toe prescription. Ray Peacock says Nick is going to tard rage himself into a stroke soon. You know, I used to do this. I've evolved. I used to do this thing where I went, oh, man, I hope that doesn't happen. I hope he pulls up in time. At this point, it's on him. You know, he can't save anybody. You know, whatever he's going to do, he's going to do. I'm not, you know, it's not like the guy would listen to any smart advice anyway. He just lets people on the internet gas him up. So, que sera, whatever will be, will be. Let's go to McBuster. Oh, God damn, man, everything. Budman says never go full tard. McBuster says Minnesota is the best place to be a criminal and neglect your kids. Look at Baldy. See, am I the one bringing? I'm sitting here. I want to talk about Tim Walz talking about dudes. And you got everybody just going in. Just I can't read something like Walz needs a... Coltrane, I think you mean bullet of cocaine, right? Tim Walz needs a bullet of cocaine. Ray Peacock says, is Tim Walz in the Zuluminati? I have been getting more people asking me about the Zuluminati. The Zuluminati is blocking the body. I've lived in Minnesota my entire life. I like Minnesota. I do. I've never heard of the Zuluminati. I don't know what, I'm sorry. I know that's going to disappoint a lot of people. I don't know what the Zuluminati is. It's a thing with stuff. I don't know I have no idea. Carlos Cameo says, do you think Tim Walz will run for a third term? For the unaware, we don't have term limits here in Minnesota. He could be governor for life if he wanted to. LMFA. Hey, you better take the backspace key and wipe out that LMFAO, brother. Ain't nothing funny about that. This guy really likes being in power. What else can Tim Walz do? And he ain't going to lose as long as he's the Democratic nominee. I have a prediction. I don't think Minnesota will have another Republican governor while my kids are still in school. Now, if we get to an election like in, 5 years and a Republican looks like they're about to win, I'm going to make all my kids drop out of school. So that becomes true. But I don't think we're just not a Republican state. And there aren't enough liberals. It's not like look at California. California is deeper in the shitter than Minnesota is, and even they won't vote Republican. So I think Minnesota is going to be a Republican state. There's just not enough people who are center to center right to tip the scales from Rochester, Minneapolis, parts of Duluth. I mean, those three areas carry the day for the Democratic Party, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. So, yeah, Tim Walz could be governor for life if he wants to. Budman says that small hat senator from Connecticut lied about being in Vietnam. Yeah, Richard Blumenthal, Dick Blumenthal. McBuster says the reason many edge runner moderates have voted Trump was because of the trans and woke bullshit and the Dems thinking we are all dumb about Biden's mental health. It really did have a huge impact. I think one thing Trump did that really helped him a lot was that Trump is for us, Kamala's for they, them. That was a really effective ad. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says, yeah, you're right, Aaron. Chemical reactions have nothing to do with science. I knew I was going to catch shit for that. I knew as soon as I said that the paper mache volcanoes don't have anything to do with science, someone was going to be like, oh, really? Chemical reactions, dipshit. All right, that was a dumb thing to do. That was a stupid thing to say. Obviously, the volcanoes had something to do with science. They weren't our main motivation when we did them. How's that? I knew I was going to catch shit for that one. You see, internet people, sometimes when you just fuck something up, you just say you fucked it up, and then you're allowed to move on. You don't have to get red-faced fighting with people all day. JD, straight shot. Wow, thank you very much for 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. That's going to put JD at 45. No. Hold on. I got Leah. I got Wally. Where's JD? No, that's going to put JD at 50 for today. Does that get JD in the top 4? No, Diane's at 50. Son of a bitch. Well, God damn it to hell anyway. We've got 3 out of the top 4 spots are occupied by women at the moment. Steven dropped $100 on us last night to break that up. So thank you very much. Thank you, JD Straight Shot, for the 5 gifted memberships. If you got gifted a membership on YouTube, why don't you think of throwing a couple out there as well and keep passing that along? Rumble is really good at that. Veldrain with $1 says, I used to have a wax sculpture of Marco Rubio, but I left it out in the sun too long and it turned into Ted Cruz. I like that joke. I like that joke. Hulkamasha Baby says, it couldn't have been that Kamala was the dumbest sounding person ever when she talked. No, couldn't be that ever. It had to be it was joke votes for Donald Trump. You think I'm kidding? We're going to play that clip in a little bit. Eaton Clam says, I missed yesterday's show. I heard it was very gay. Would I do any other kind of show? I don't want to upset Chips and Diff. He's on edge. He says, what do you mean regular? You never pay attention to me, Aaron. I apologize, Chips and Diff. I'm going to do a better job. Let's continue on here. Honky says, Wax Museum, watch out. Nick interprets that as ... something. Reverend JJ says Nick is cranking one out to this. You see what I mean? I'm just trying to do a fun little show, and people are goofing on and busting on my old friend, Nick Ricada. He's now my cautionary tale. That's what we fly the same plane. Mine was just built with a pull-up mechanism, unfortunately. McBuster, God damn, more than I'm going to skip that one. I love you, McBuster. I'm not shitting on you, but God damn, man. Don Juan says, hold up, where's Mr. Crutches? Sometimes I got to explain that because we got new people coming in all the time. Johnny's on Monday and Tuesday. I was thinking about offering Gino and Keanu a weekly spot, like one of them, not both of them, but like one of them do a show with me every week. Here's my, to those of you who think I never learn anything, here's this. But like last time, after I paid them what I thought was a generous amount of money, sometimes it was $100 a week to each of them. Sometimes it was $150. Sometimes it was $200. It was basically, whatever, money we made. And then when they turned on me for a little bit there, J Boo Stew had a very good one, and I caught it over on OBS. When they turned on the toe, they were bitching about their payoffs when they did the show, and that kind of bummed me out because I knew I paid them out pretty generously. Here's the thing, like a lot of people who like sidekick on podcasts, they do it for for plugs. Like they don't even get paid. A lot of sidekicks on podcasts. They just, like Johnny has his show that he does every day. And we plug that every day on the show. We tell people to go check it out. And some people do. And that, for a lot of people, that's their chance to, get more people to listen to their stuff. And I always thought I was very generous for paying them for, really all they do, they wake up, they sit in a chair, they log in, and they react to whatever I have on the show that day. And I thought, giving them a nice little chunk of change was a nice thing to do. And then, back when the snake inning happened, they started kind of complaining about the payouts. And I'll be honest, that one kind of bummed me out a little bit, so I'm kind of gun shy to ask them to regularly co-host again. I think they both do a great job. I have a lot of fun doing shows with them, and it's nothing personal. It's not like this isn't me shitting on them or anything else. This is my own insecurity. This is me going, well, I don't want things to go bad again. And then they complain that I'm not paying them enough. I kind of, I've been very loyal to Johnny. I've hung on to Johnny, all these years and kept paying him and everything. And I consider myself pretty good to the people, who work around me. I gave someone $50,000 a year and they barely did a damn thing. So I don't know. I have a habit of being really, really generous with people. And then, I still catch strays, so to speak. And I'm not saying that Gino and Keanu would do that today. I don't think they would, but I can't predict the future. So I would love to start hosting shows with them again. I just, it's got to be the right situation. J Boo Stew with $2 says, shame your dad didn't have a pullout mechanism. I don't even know what I don't know what he means by it. I don't understand that joke. J Boo Stew, I don't, you're going to have to explain that one to me. Maybe another $2 drop and you can explain. My dad didn't have a pullout. Is that like a lever that you have? I don't understand. Ryan the Garbage Man says, you do know Weird Al will be in Waite Park. I know. They announced that like months after I bought us the tickets for this June concert that we're doing. That's a bummer. And it's at a casino. It's at a casino, and I can't even gamble because I got my kid with me. It's too bad. Miss Tay says, Lady K is Clubfoot Carl. Isn't it Clubfoot? He keeps adding nicknames. I found out like he's an abortion guy. Like somebody said he aborted a kid or something. That's heavy shit. That doesn't, that's not very nice. That's not going to get you any, right-wing credentials. I'll tell you that much. I don't even know if that's true. Somebody said that. Terrible if true. And his wife's way too old to be having any more kids. So, I do notice that about people who don't have kids and realize they're not going to have kids. As they get older, they do get bitter. They lash out at people more. There's something about having children, like as challenging as it is and as challenging as it can be. And luckily, I have someone who has them 50% of the time who's also a very good parent. So it's pretty easy for us, and we can communicate very well now that there's nobody in the middle trying to fucking play the two of us against each other. That's kind of psychotic. But it is fulfilling though, because like you have your children, right? And no matter how bad things get or no matter how tough things get, you always have your kids. You watch them play or you talk to them, you hang out with your kids, and they just instantly, they cheer you up. They make you happy. Like I went to bring my oldest the socks and the microphone, and then we went to, my aunt and uncle's cabin, which is like a few minutes down the road. It was just a real easy place to go and hang out for a little bit. And my youngest was already there. And as soon as I get out of the car, she goes sprinting up and she jumps at me and you pick her up and everything else. And it's just like, try not to be in a good mood when shit like that happens. So like when you get to your 40s and you realize like this is it, like a Carl or a Melton or any of these guys, and you get to that point in your life and like you literally don't have anything. That's it. And I think a lot of that gets turned into rage, and you start raging out for people for very small things, like some of the things that, they went after Keanu for, or like you host entire shows where you can't stop talking about a guy because he's your only paycheck. Like, I don't think people with children do that. I don't. Like, I think that's where the disconnect between all of us really is. Like, they don't have children. They don't have a legacy. They don't really, if you're in your 40s and you don't have kids, other than like just killing time, you don't have a purpose, really. So you got all these guys with no purpose and wives they don't give a shit about, and they just want to live on the internet all day. And they're like, let's do a whole show about Aaron. And unfortunately, they can't see how miserable and like how lame that looks to everybody. But those of us with kids look at that and we go, that's why you keep hearing people with children go, I could never understand just being terminally online and like obsessing with someone like that. It's just because there's like telling jokes and being silly, and then there's like living for that person. And then you start to empathize with them and you go, oh, they don't have kids. They don't have a purpose. Or if you're like Carl, they say he killed one of them with the abortion or whatnot. And I don't know if that's true or not, but it would make a lot of sense why he's bitter now. And you have empathy for that. Let's go to Honky. says, Will Heron got his donkey teeth in Mexico from Dr. K. Now, that would be Dr. What, not Dr. Who. So that, I guess it's fine. It's fine. R.I.P. Johnny, every time Johnny is not here, that does not mean he's dead. Johnny not being on the show on a day he's not supposed to be on the show does not mean Johnny died. Johnny is alive and well. I'm telling you right now. I just threw him some money a second ago. He's totally fine. Ryan the Garbage Man with $1 says, check out former MMA champ Brad Kohler. He's running for governor here in Minnesota. Numero uno Josh Denny fan has a guy that he really likes who's running for some kind of office here in Minnesota. And I think he only likes him because he's a Red Bar fan. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, Aaron, let them stay in school. You've seen what homeschool looks like. You don't have stimulant money. I never saw those kids get taught a thing in their house. Someone asked me recently, they're like, what was the schooling like? I'm like, nobody ever taught them anything like inside the house. I don't know if it was all on iPads or what. I don't know, but I never saw them get taught. Like they went to a weekly community thing and I'm sure they learned a lot of stuff there, but like Nick got banned from being a teacher. They wouldn't let him teach kids anymore. And he had a chimp out about like, it's just, so yeah, it really turned me off on the whole homeschooling thing. I think the public school system, people shit on the public school system. First of all, where my kids go, it's actually pretty good. It's one of the better ones in Minnesota. But also, I think it's what you make it. I think a lot of people make the public school system a scapegoat because they're lazy parents. I think you have to be involved. You got to ask your kids, one of the first things when you see them, how was school today? What did you do? What are you working on? Do you need help with anything? Like, you got to be involved. And I learned that before I had kids from one of the superintendents in Eden Valley Watkins when I would interview superintendents when I worked in Litchfield. And he said, look, we can only do so much. He said 90% of scholastic achievement comes from, what happens at home and the parents being active. You can't just dump your kids in public school, expect them to do everything, and then get pissed off when the result isn't good. You have to be involved. That's a big part of it. Let's catch up with some of these $1 and $2 deals. These add up. Honky with $1 says, as long as Keanu continues to give, he's quoting Polly Walnuts now, that malignant cunt, April Tons of Grace, keep her at a distance. I don't expect anyone to share my opinion on April. The more I find out about the really dirty, like behind the scenes shit she tried to do to me after we were divorced, after I left, after I was out the door, like the really weird shit that, people say, oh, Nick made her do it. And nobody makes you do it. You're a grown person. Like the weird, like CIA spy shit she tried to do to like try and catch me on stuff. It's like, I'm out. I'm gone. Leave it alone. Like, she would go through phone records and shit and look up the phone numbers of people I was talking to and all this stuff. Like, I don't know. I don't like this rule where I have to like someone just because a certain amount of time has passed. I don't wish her ill, but I don't like her. I mean, and if I do a talk show where people ask me questions and we talk about stuff, I'm not going to pretend I like someone just because it looks good for other people. If you're not comfortable with the way I talk about somebody, you are more than welcome to not listen to it. And that even goes for old Clubfoot Bucky the Beaver. Like he does his his Jewish fake empathy thing where he's like, oh, it's terrible the way he talks about her. I'm just so hurt for the women after he watches 5 people abuse his quote unquote friend. That doesn't work on me. I'm allowed to not like people. I'm allowed to personally not think people are good human beings, and nobody has to agree with me on that one. But I wouldn't say malignant cunt, Honky. That's a little aggressive for me. Fine for you. Poop is lube with $1. Says, it's my 3rd anniversary today, an accomplishment you'll never understand, Aaron. New boot goofing. I know your first one was longer. My first one, I was married for, 5 years. I was married for 5 years. I was with her for 7. No, so I was married for 6 years, with her for 7. We got married early. You know, that happens in this house. The marriage happens real quick. Maybe I've learned my lesson. I don't know. Jake Fire with $2 says, in future, when can we see some guest interviews? It's funny you say that. I was thinking about that just before the show went live today because we were about to talk about Tim Walz. I was like, I would like to interview someone in that area. But, you know, you got to pick up the phone. You got to write to people. You got to ask them shit. So I think I should get off my lazy ass and start doing that. I have been trying to book a couple of people. I'd like to do something with Meme Copium. I think that would be fun. Sean and I have been on together. There's a couple of things I'd like to do, but I'd like it to be like outside of the world I'm in. Oh my God. Choking on my spit. Right. Oh no. I'm dying. Lethal acidic saliva. Ryobi, that was the name of my band in high school. Ryobi with $1 says, did you cover BJ Penn getting arrested 3 times in 6 days? He thinks his family is synths from Fallout 4. Yeah, we did talk about that last Thursday or last Friday. We talked about the BJ Penn thing. It's really fucked up. BJ Penn thinks that his mom is dead and he has like a new mom and it's like a robo mom and she's trying to kill him. So he's been like attacking his mom and he's been violating restraining orders against his mom. BJ Penn is not doing well at all. He's not doing well at all. Diamonds and Henna with $9.99 says Nick has kids and he has no purpose. Kids are not a cure at all. Well, you know, I mean, I guess everybody's different when it comes to how children affect their life. But, you know, you hear people like me be all gay and say they're a blessing, they're a blessing. I mean, I can say unequivocally my children saved my life. I have no problem saying that. Like, my children gave me the strength and the reason to get out of a situation that was immature and degenerate and toxic and godless and stupid. And you can gain strength from just like, you just look at your kids. You know, and when they don't want to go somewhere or they, you know, they say like, oh man, like they'll say heartbreaking stuff like, why doesn't our stepmom care about us anymore? You know, what did we do? And you're just like, all right, this is done. Like you hear that shit or you see a look or your kids, you got to be perceptive. Sometimes they'll speak without saying it and you'll just kind of notice it and you'll go, okay, this has to be it. It's not worth this. And like, look what you're doing to your children. And so I can unequivocally say my kids saved my life. And you know, it kind of speaks to something I've said for a long time, but for a few months of my life, I lost sight of. Once you have children, your time is over. Whatever you were going to be, you've become. And now you live for them. That's your lasting legacy. That outlives you. That lives past you. So you live for them. All of your selfish wants and all of your selfish needs. Look, Ashley has the kids 50% of the time. I have the kids 50% of the time. Every other day, you know, we go back and forth. I think in the summertime, it feels like more than that. But, you know, really, if you're a parent and you're divorced, I mean, the school has your kids 40% of the time. And then you get 30 and then they get 30. But, you know, when it comes to the idea that like your time is over, your kids are your lasting legacy. That's the truth. I mean, that's the fact of the matter. And, you know, one thing I lost sight of, a very important relationship in your life, is the relationship with the parent, the other parent, you know, the mother of your children. And when you disrespect that relation, you know, a lot of, you know, you get into, I got married again, and that person then thought that they should supplant that person's role. And then you can just drop off and pick up with that other person. And then, you know, I'm the, and that's not the case. That's why, you know, You got to have a lot of patience with people who are coming into a kid situation, and they need to be respectful of it too. That, you know, no matter how much, like, until all those kids are grown up, the person you're with needs to understand that there will always be two women in your life. And that's very hard to deal with, but you can't try to manipulate that. You can't try to take that away. You can't try to get in between that, because that's going to be a death knell. You have to accept you have two women in your life. They're both very important, and you have to have a certain relationship with one and a certain relationship with the other. That's the truth of the matter. And I lost sight about that for a while. So when Diamonds and Henna says kids are not a cure-all, if you pay attention, they may not be a cure-all, but they give you strength that you didn't know you had. If you try to rely on yourself, you're going to burn down everyone around you. But if you realize, we're all organic life forms, and we can all draw strength to make the right decision off of other things. You use that. You're in tune with the other people in your life. Redbird with $2 says, fuck-ups like Nick give homeschooling a bad name. It's not for everyone, but if you have a drive to learn and go above and beyond as a kid, it is far better than public school. But only if you... Oh, no, I know parents who have done the homeschooling thing, and they're incredible. They do a really good job. It's a case-by-case basis. Thank you guys very much, by the way, for those contributions. We're doing great this morning. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Let's go to Annoyed Wawa Supervise. I'm so far behind in the chat. I don't know what this means. I'm just picking out randos. So don't be a man. They both fucking suck, and that's by your standards. I don't know what I said. Oh, I think they're talking about me bringing one of those two on as a co-host again. Okay. Some people accusing me of trying to start a new polycule with, look, I'm good. I'm good. I'm okay. I don't need that. I don't know what's going on. Roots is having a weird day today. McBuster says, on average, Americans spend $42.38 per month on their streaming subscriptions, or $508 per year. Now look at a podcast average $3 to $5 monthly membership, then consider donations. McBuster's busting out his math today. Sometimes I feel like McBuster should have his own show, because sometimes I feel like in the chat he's just off kind of doing his own program. I respect that. Let's go to Approachable says, you can't imagine it. Odd, because you do it. You're just as obsessed with them as they are with you. Incorrect. People bring it up here, and I talk about it. I talk about stuff on my show. What can you do? I understand some people don't like it, but I got to interact with my fans. What are you going to do? Not everything's for everyone. Let's go to Bright Canada News says, don't let school ruin your education. Ooh, that's deep. Sam Show says, I don't understand people who come up through public school and then say they teach your kids jack shit. Then you were there, retard. You know better. Well, that's the thing. It's like anything else, like you can shit on public school or all this other. It really does become whatever you make it. Whatever you make it, that's what it can be. I mean, public school can be really shitty. If you don't teach your kids anything and you just send them there as a babysitter, then yeah, public school can really suck. If you're involved and you're helping your kid and you're keeping them on the straight and narrow, it can be pretty good. Brittany Boo says, I need an updated picture with just Aaron since mommy left. I don't know what oh, you mean at the anniversary show? Well, show up. We'll get one. Let's continue on here. Oh, get Royce White on the show. I would love that one. That's probably doable. Redbird with $2 says, 2 girls clearly didn't work. You should try 2 men just to be sure the problem wasn't your taste in women. I don't agree with you, sir. I don't think that's going to be necessary at all. 275 away from today. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. McBuster says, Meme Copium is great. Toe and Meme could be a formidable show. Meme Copium's riding a wave right now. I can't. I don't know if I would really help Meme Copium very much. So I don't know if a meme toe show. I gotta wait till meme falls off a little bit. That's what I gotta do. Let's go to Sam Show says, you are truly a millennial. Everyone's a therapist. Brittany says, Aaron has grown a lot. It's nice to see. Don't say that. That makes people really mad. Anti-Aaron people hate hearing that. I'm the devil. I live in hell with a pitchfork and a bifurcated tail. I'm the worst guy who's ever lived. Don't you dare say things like that. You're going to drive people bloody mad. Bloody mad. Papa oh, God, I knew I was going to catch shit for this one. Papa Shab says, we're all organic life forms is exactly what a robot or artificial life would say. No, that's heavy shit, right? Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, you lost sight of that. As a result, Ape lost sight of a home without cinder block walls. And then your tinyurl.com. Thank you for making that tiny URL for the anniversary show, but I don't know why you chose tinyurl.com/832 square feet. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's go to, they're already naming the show Meme-topium. I like the name. I like the idea of Meme-topium. Pool Scam Sam says, good idea to add Kiki to the show. Aaron is guaranteed an additional 11 viewers. Well, yeah, but we don't know what their annual income is. Maybe they'd be big fish for the toe. Pool Scam Sam. I don't know. Let's ask Pool Scam. He's a hardened businessman, old Pool Scam Sam. What's a good pay scale for those two per show? Pool Scam Sam will give me the straight junk. He'll let me know what I need to do. All right, let's go into this Tim Walz stuff today. You guys have gotten off to a great start this morning. I really appreciate it. You guys are doing the Lord's work. Keep it up. We're going to have no problems today. 275 is the number. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Best audience in the world, I'm told. There we go. It's all the links are up. And we are back to perfect today. Thank you very much to the evening show crowd. They got us back to perfect, and I can't say enough how much I appreciate it. All right. Enough with the catching up with the chat. Enough about you guys running the show, blabbing about whatever you want to blab about. Let's get to the Tim Walz stuff, shall we? Now, the title of today's show, Tim Walz, A True Man's Man, comes from the fact that Tim Walz was chosen by the Kamala Harris campaign to be their eyes and ears into the world of guys. You know, he was going to be the man's man. Remember, Tim Walz was like, I think a lot of these Republicans are afraid of me. You know, they're worried I could kick their ass. You know, he was getting real, tough guy with it. So Tim Walz was supposed to be Kamala Harris's answer to having a cunt. And Tim Walz turned out to be a kind of a bitch himself. And Donald Trump took the largest vote total with young men that a Republican has taken in decades. So they asked Tim Walz recently, poor Tim Walz, he's got a state to run. He's taken a $17 billion budget surplus. He's turned it into a $5 billion budget deficit next year. He's got his own problems, Lord knows. He doesn't want to go back and relitigate the 2024 election. But every time someone talks to him, they want to know shit about the 2024 election. Specifically, hey, Tim, what happened with dudes? You were supposed to be the dude man. What happened to the dude vote? You got fucking killed. What happened, Mr. Blaze Orange with blood on it? What happened to Hunter Man? What happened? Well, not the cocaine Hunter Man, the Hunter, Peter and the Wolf. What happened to the guy who drove a truck and could fix his own truck, which, by the way, is horseshit because a lot of that shit's in computers now. Gone are the days of the guy just tinkering with his old truck where you could take out whole pieces and junk like that. Now you got to hook the damn thing up to a cyborg just so you can figure out what the fuck is going on. Well, they asked Tim Walz about what happened. And, Tim Walz, I talked about drawing strength from your children earlier today. And Tim Walz is doing just that, which is a very smart, informed thing for an intelligent man to do. So Tim Walz told the media yesterday that his son has given him valuable insight on why so many men voted for Donald Trump. Many men, many men wish votes on Trump. And this is, according to Tim Walz, this is what his son said in regards to why.
I say this because I'm proud to say it looks like as of next Tuesday, I'm going to have a high school graduate with my son, Gus.
That's a weird way to put that, by the way. Does your kid have like pending charges or something? It looks like, if all goes well, next Tuesday, I'm going to have a high school graduate. Like, well, I mean, like I was kind of a fucking cut up and a class clown in high school, but I kind of knew. Like I was like, yeah, next week I'm graduating from high school. What's with this, good Lord willing and the creek don't rise attitude? What did your son do?
And he's pretty in tune to this. But when he said this, he said, Dad, a lot of these young guys, especially, said they're not voting on the policy issues. And he wasn't dissing them. He said they may know the policy issues, but most of them don't. They're doing it because there's a sense of excitement, a sense of thrill in this. It's entertainment or whatever. We all dismiss that. Donald Trump's a clown. Donald Trump's rallies are a clown.
That one where you guys had him shot in the ear wasn't really a clown. I don't think he thought that one was a clown show, really. That rally got pretty serious pretty quick when the establishment tried to have him murdered. That was a pretty wild one. I actually don't totally disagree with Tim Walz's son on this. I can't really bash Tim Walz on this. His son is right, but I don't think Tim Walz and their son know how right they are. I think what he just said is 100% accurate. I also think it's a great example of why we should up the voting age to 25 years old. Because think about it. Think about the issues. What does an 18-year-old have to vote on? You know what a lot of 18-year-olds voted for Biden on? He was going to forgive student loan debt. So 18-year-olds who are looking to go into college, or 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds who are in college, they wanted to vote for Biden. Why? Because gimme, before they even start becoming taxpayers, before they even have a career, which is going to make them, basically a revenue generator for the state, they're sitting there with their hands out, gimme. Well, if we got everybody voting on gimme, we're going to fall apart as a country. We'll be the Soviet Union in the 90s. So Tim Walz is not wrong. Tim Walz's son is not wrong. A lot of people who are 18 years old vote on, a popularity contest or, God forbid, with Joe Biden, who can give them the most stuff. That's a learned dependency very early on. So I think Tim Walz, without knowing it, is kind of endorsing the idea of 25 years old being the voting age. I'm a little more fascist on voting. I don't think everyone should get the vote. I don't. You have to take a test to drive a car. And I think voting affects far more people than even driving a car does every day. I think there should be a test. You should know who your congressperson is. You should know who one of your you should be able to name both senators, the governor of your state, your local senator, and your local representative. And, you can study up before the election. You can answer those questions, but you should be able to answer those right there before you get your ballot. And if you can't answer that, you can't vote. And also, I think you should be a taxpayer. I think you should have to show your tax statement when you vote, and it has to show that you paid in more than what you got back. I believe you should have to pay into the system to be able to decide what happens in it. I don't think it's right that you take from the system and then you get to make demands of it. That's not okay. So if the criteria I have for voting will never happen because it's looked at as, prehistoric. It's looked at as fascist. But I think you should be able to answer basic questions about the government, and I think you should have to pay. You should have to pay, not like a poll tax or anything like that. You should show that you contribute to the system, you pay for it, therefore you get to decide. And if you take the government money, there's got to be certain limitations on that, meaning you don't get to tell the government gets to tell you, which would be a huge motivator to get off of said services. But Tim Walz isn't saying that, but he's kind of saying that. He doesn't know he's saying that. He's like, a lot of these 18-year-olds vote for dipshit retarded reasons. Right, because they have no skin in the game. It doesn't matter to them, and yet the adults in their life smash it into their head. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. It's your civic duty. No. You have no reason to vote. It's women, 18-year-old women, the last like, well, I have to vote because of my body, my choice. I have to vote. Really? You're only going to vote based on the proximity to which you can go to a facility and have a kid killed? Like that, I don't want, no thanks. I don't need you deciding the fate of the country if the only thing you're concerned about is how far am I going to have to drive to snuff out a life? I don't, like, if you want to do it, do it, I'm a pro-life guy who's okay with abortion being legal begrudgingly. That's kind of that's where I've evolved on the position of, I always say, I don't really know where I'm at on abortion. I think where I'm at on abortion is I don't want you to do it. You're killing a living thing. You're killing a baby, but I don't want to legally stop you from doing it. I know it's a very weird, what it really is a cop-out position. So Tim Walz is talking to his son, and his son's got him thinking that all these young guys were voting for Trump because, I'm funny, dude.
MMA fighting stuff and this, and look, you start veering into the Andrew Tate stuff, which is dangerous misogyny and, assault issues and all of that.
Agreed, but look at the tricky dick thing he's doing here. And Tim Walz a man's man. I got to say it, Tim Walz a man's man. He's a pure testosterone, this guy. But what does Andrew Tate have? I hate that sleight of hand shit they do. They're like, all these 18-year-olds, they're voting for Trump because it's funny and because it's ha-ha and everything else. But you start going into Andrew Tate, and that's dangerous stuff. It's like, Donald Trump has never brought up Andrew Tate. I'm not even sure Donald Trump knew who Andrew Tate was 5-6 years ago.
But there's a peripheral side of that is not criminal, but is still going down the same road of saying you got a place to belong. And I think, this is me just pontificating for what it's worth.
Hey, Tim, all we want to hear is you pontificate, buddy. That's why we're all here, Tim, to hear you go off, King.
Social media and other things have disconnected people more than they were. We were more connected in my generation. It was easier to be a kid when I was growing up. And I've always said,
okay, look, we all hate it when people do that. We all hate it when people, whenever we grew up, that was the best. Like, I would say, hey, the 90s and early 2000s was the best time to grow up. We had the sweet spot. We had technology, but people weren't connected to the internet all the time. You went biking with your friends. And maybe my kids are different, or maybe the kids in this neighborhood are different, but they're not online all the time. All you got to do is be an active parent. In the summertime here, I'll catch my youngest on her tablet sometimes. I'll hey, turn off the tablet. All, your brother and sister and all your friends, we're all outside. We're playing kickball, we're playing football, something like that. You got to come outside, honey. It's too nice out to be inside. Like, you're still in charge of that. Like, this idea that, kids today, they're always on their tablet. Well, tell them they can't be. They're not going to take it personally. They're going to be like, oh, my God, I'm going to die. And if they are, you just go, I bet you don't. But everybody thinks that their generation was the best, and it was the best time to raise kids. And that, I guess to an extent that's true. Without the internet, without all this interconnectivity, I think people would be a lot healthier mentally. But we're adaptive creatures. Oh, shit. Papa, is that something that AI would say? Fuck.
Said this as a teacher, if you don't give a kid a place to belong, they'll go find one. So why you want them to be involved in sports and music and things in school, because they will go find a group of folks. And I think Donald Trump understands belonging, understand groups. I mean,
But here's the problem. That explains the Democrats' approach to everything. You treat us like school children, and you feel like you need to tell us where we belong. The problem is we're all in our 30s and 40s and 50s. We don't like being told that we got to belong to this group, or we can't go to this group, or we shouldn't go here, or we should go here. You guys are treating the American voting public like they're middle school children. They're resenting that, and that's why they're voting for someone else. 2016 and 2024, you had just as many people voting against this as they did vote for Trump. I don't, until these people start to realize that they pushed a lot of people into this, they're not going to get better.
Look at it. He gives them a uniform, the red hat. He gives them some chance, some talk.
You guys give people a uniform, blue hair, and chopping their cocks off. Don't act like you guys don't have a uniform. It's a discarded dick. It's estrogen supplements, and it's blue hair and septum piercings. You guys just have a little bit more elaborate costumes over on your end. You know, you're the dramatic ones.
Talking points, whatever. It's not that all that different than when we build sports teams in high school.
Oh.
You belong, you're part of this. It's not so much the policies. I think it's incredibly dangerous, but I don't think we went out to get them. We didn't out to make them feel a part of this.
No, I think he's wrong. And God bless Tim Walz. He's a man's man. He's the picture of masculinity and all that. But I think you've got it backwards there, Tim. I think you did that to people too much. I think you tried to get people to belong too much. You know, and then you tried to push people into places where the people who were there didn't want them there. You're like, hey, let this biological dude compete in your sports. And like, you know, and if you don't accept it, we're going to call you names. And like people who are older, they don't like to be told what to do. So when you start preaching at them and telling them, hey, you're going to play with little Billy today. Little Billy's going to come in. And like, wasn't that little Susan yesterday? Hey, stop it. You're being a bigot. You know, when they're 6 and 7 years old, I guess, you know, whatever, we can talk about it. But when they're 45, they don't like to be told. Redbird with $10 says you should have to turn in a W-2 to vote. If more than half your income is benefits of any kind, you don't vote. Being on welfare and voting is conflict of interest. Redbird and I agree on that 1,000%. Redbird with $5 says also if your parents are deranged fuck-ups, technology becomes an escape and coping method. Yeah, I mean, I'd agree with that too. I think Redbird's right on both of those counts. To be honest, if you let the tablet and you let the internet babysit your kid, you can't blame somebody else for whatever that kid turns out to be. In my opinion. All right, let's go up here and make sure we're all caught up with Honky gifting a membership. Thank you very much, Honky, over there on Rumble, throwing us a nice $5 and a membership. That's very kind. Who got Brittany Boo got the membership. Oh, let's start a little chain then. Go ahead and throw Brittany Boo, throw a membership out there. And let's see what's up. Let's go to $1 from Professor Tie-Dye. Says, just a reminder, Tim Walz's son is a nonverbal potato child and totally said all of that. No, his 18-year-old kid, he's not disabled, is he? The I think you're thinking. I think Tim Walz doesn't he have a younger son who's got some challenges or whatever? I think the 18-year-old's like free and clear, isn't he? Shit, maybe I'm wrong. Honky with another $1 says, here's a better solution. Segregate the voting booths by gender, then incinerate all the women ballots, repealing the 19th not necessary, just bonfire it. I don't know. I know some retarded guys who cast ballots too. Honky with $1 says, me with a time machine to solve today's problems. Travel back to 1517 Germany. What do we do? Before there even was a Germany, my blessed fatherland, my beloved Germany. What didn't even exist until, when did the Iron Chancellor create Germany? 1896, 1867? I can't remember. The Franco-Prussian War, that's kind of when Germany became a solidified nation state. Travel back to 1517 Germany. Hey, you, Martin Luther, come here. I just want to talk. Hammer to the temple. I'm not a Martin Luther guy. I think Martin Luther was a troublemaker. I think he fucked a lot of good things up. I think Martin Luther should have kept his goddamn mouth shut and we all would have been fine. But lest, here we are. Brittany Boo gifting. Hey, look at that. Brittany Boo gifting a membership. We got a little chain going here on Rumble this morning. End of silence. You got that gifted membership passed along from Brittany Boo. You pass it along to someone else. Keep it going. Let's continue on. 255 away from this morning. Thank you very much for those. Look at you generous fuckers. Stop doing that thing where when Johnny's not here, everything goes down really nice. You're going to give the guy a complex and make him think it's his fault. All right? 255 away from today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. All right, Tim Walz's son, Gus, brings disability to the national stage. Gus Walz, 17, sobbed Wednesday night while sitting with his mother Gwen and sister Hope. An emotional Gus Walz pointed to Dad, stood up and said, "I love you," while emphatically nodding, "That's my dad." So he can speak. He has a nonverbal learning disorder, ADHD, and an anxiety disorder. He's not nonverbal. What they're saying is he has a nonverbal disorder. Like the disorder he has is not a speech disorder. You don't get... Oh, wait. No, their son Gus has a nonverbal learning disorder, ADHD, and an anxiety. Oh, maybe you're right. No, but he can clearly talk. He was talking at the thing. I don't know. Is Tim Walz lying about his son telling them that? What reason does he have to lie? You know what? I just realized I said something that's going to catch me a lot of shit because, oh, really, Aaron? Politicians, they don't need a reason to lie. That's a good point. But hey, remember, on today's show, we're honoring Tim Walz. We're not talking shit about Tim Walz. Tim Walz is the picture of masculinity. He's a man's man, and I think we're all feeling pretty stupid today that we chose wrong when it came to our choice for governor. So who's this Brad Kohler guy who's running for governor of Minnesota? Brad Kohler, Minnesota. Let's take a look. Dad, husband, author, entrepreneur, MMA champion. Join me as I run for Minnesota governor in 2026. Official account. Well, where's his vote Brad Kohler for Minnesota governor? This can't be him. This guy looks like a doofus. No, that's not Brad Kohler.
Minnesota, the land of 10,000 lakes. And
I fucking instantly hate whoever this guy is, though.
The start of the Mississippi River, where we say words like oofta, skull, and don't you know.
We don't say oofta, by the way. Don't listen to this fucking guy. And we don't say don't you know. We don't say don't you know. We don't say, yeah, sure, you betcha. We're not retards. That goddamn movie was just a fucking movie. As I'm spitting. We're not dumb. We're not. We're not all Gene Lundergaard. We're not all, Margie. Fuck, it's one of my favorite movies. I forgot. Margie Gunderson. You married old Norm, son of a Gunderson, huh? You're such a wonderful lady. But we don't do that. We're not like that. We don't go, yeah, you betcha. Anyone who says, yeah, you betcha, ever since that movie was made, we actually are allowed to kill them on sight. We don't say oofta. Anyone who says oofta, we break their hip.
Where we eat tater tot hot dish and...
First of all, fuck you. Tater tot hot dish is delicious. I'm not going to sit here and act like all stereotypes are bad, You season it nice. I don't know if the rest of the country has heard of this amazing spice. It's got a little kick to it, so be careful. Use it sparingly. But here in the Midwest, here in Minnesota, we discovered it for tater tot hot dish. It's spicy. It's got a kick. You're not going to... It's called pepper. You know about pepper? Holy shit. Be careful, though. You don't want to use too much of that stuff. It'll hit you in ways you don't know.
Lutefisk.
By the way, if you eat lutefisk, another reason you should have a bone broken. But let me make something very clear. When people talk about the shittiest parts of Minnesota, they're talking about Swede Norwegian. They're talking about Scandinavian. Scandinavian Minnesota is horseshit. Ugh, don't. German Minnesota is where it's at. German Minnesota is our swagger. German Minnesota is our shit talking. German Minnesota is where, we don't take any nonsense. It's these fucking Scandinavians who do all the gay shit that everyone makes fun of.
From southern Minnesota and the cities with its diversity and culture, which is a melting pot of Minnesota, to northern Minnesota with its German, Scandinavians, and Native Americans who...
No. Just the Germans. And I guess the Native Americans are fine, but...
all live under one banner, united as Minnesotans. Because that is who the Minnesotan people are.
I fucking hate
However,
this
in
guy.
recent years, our state has turned into turmoil.
Okay, so this isn't Brad Kohler. This is just some dipshit asshole. I don't like him. Here we go. Here's Brad Kohler. This is the guy. All right, so this is the guy who's running for governor. You know, I hate to do the identity politics thing, but I'm telling you, if the Republicans want to win Minnesota, it's got to be a black guy from the metro area. That's who you've got to get. There's that old police chief. There's a guy who was the chief of police in like Columbia Heights or Brooklyn Park or Brooklyn Center or whatever it was. He's a black dude. He's Republican. He's great. I thought they should have nominated him last time. Instead, we nominated some ghoul in a doctor coat named Scott Jensen, and his only thing was he was obsessed with fucking COVID. And like by 2022, it was like, all right, we got to figure out something other than COVID to run on here. And he was just a completely charismaless douche. Meanwhile, we had this black guy who had some swagger. People liked him. We could have picked him, and we would have had a shot. You got to play a little bit of the identity politics game. Now, look, all things equal, pick whoever you want. But all things are not equal in Minnesota. You got to bend the rules a little bit, and you got to go, all right, we got to get tactical with this bitch. Not like, hey, we have this nerdy, pasty teabagger who fucking just, cribs Milton Friedman all the time, but won't people love him? No, he's fucking boring. It's like listening to a college lecture. But it's like, hey, we got this guy who's got some fucking balls, and he talks like a dude, and he's from the metro area, and he's black. That's going to help. We need to grab some of their votes.
Hey, Minnesota, Brad Kohler here, candidate for governor.
Butterbean looks great. Where's that Matt Pinfield?
2026. As a former UFC fighter and MMA world champion, I want to let you know right now that bullying at any level in life is not a good thing, okay? It's not a very nice thing. Yet our pseudo-governor is calling for the Democratic Party to bully our commander-in-chief, Donald Trump, our president of the United States. Now,
Why do you call him pseudo-governor? I hate all that shit. When they're like, our pseudo-governor. Well, no, look, I don't like him either, but he's our governor. Like, he won. Our state wants him.
I'll tell you what, bullies are people who really are afraid. They're scared. They're not tough. Okay, this is something that weak people do, is bully. And, Tim, if you really want to bully somebody, I'm right here. And Tim, you want a shot at the title? Go to bradkohler.com today. Let's set something up. You want to go to
guys.
Donald Trump? You got to go through me. Go to Brad Kohler today, Tim. What do you say? Let's get it on.
I hate that shit. Like, it's politics. You guys are both dorks. I know you used to be an MMA champion, and if you guys got in the octagon, you'd kick the shit out of them, sure. But, like, you got to be careful because, like, you're playing the dorks game now. Like, you can't be like, hey, fucking nerd, let's go in there and I'll kick the shit out of you, fucking guy. Well, you're doing the nerd thing now, so you gotta talk nerd shit. You can't be like, me and you, Tim Walz, this Sunday, we're gonna get it on because we don't get along. It's no, you're gonna have to talk about like tax policy and I don't know, maybe you can call him gay, but that's about it. That's about as close as you're gonna get. Wally World with $2. Hey, Wally World, the only guy we've got. Oh, wait, no, he's not. That's right. Wally World's at $42. He's still not in the top 5. Redbird, by the way, is at 45. So he's getting close to getting in that top 4. 3 of our top 4 spots are taken by women. You got Miss Tay with 60, Crunchy with 52, Diane with 50. Steven on top with a hundo, though. That's pretty great. $2 from Wally World. He says Pennsylvania Governor Shapiro would have been a better choice for VP. There's some reason. This was Gore picked Lieberman back in 2000. McCain wanted to pick Lieberman in 2008. It always comes back to the Jew thing. People like Democrats too. Democrats get skittish about picking a Jewish person. I don't know. Like which is weird because Democrats and Republicans have no problem simping for Israel, giving them all of a shitload of tax money, funding their military. But that's kind of unfair to Jews. And then when it comes to like a Jewish VP pick, they're like, ooh, you know what? Let's hang back on that a little bit. It's like, come on. The hell? Let's go to a hobo with a good point. He says, yeah, you invited Somalian Negroes into your Arctic hellhole. I think we did it as a goof to begin with. And when they said yes, we were like, you're fucking kidding me. Really? And then Democrats caught wind of it. And they're like, I have an idea. Why don't we put them all in really nice conservative rural areas, fuck all that shit up and try to turn it blue? The only problem is now Somalis are kind of getting a little based in this area because the Democrats here want to talk to their kids about like gender and shit. And Somalis are like, well, you guys are looking roof ready right about now. You better cut that shit out. It's always so funny to watch those conservative protests outside schools when they want to have like drag queen story hour or they want to have like gender discussions and shit like that. And you'll see all these people with pickup trucks and Trump flags at the rallies. And then there'll be a bunch of Somali kings, dressed in their robes and shit like, yes, this is bullshit. You're like, uh-oh, it's something. You feel that? The water's getting a little cold, Democrats. You might want to turn this thing around. But can they? My Lost Interest says German heritage, Aaron, plotting ways to eliminate all Scandinavians from Minnesota. It's on brand. I am, I think, 40% Scandinavian, 35% My great-grandparents, like I knew my great-grandmother. Like we hung out. She was alive till I was like 10 years old. And she was the first generation of my family to come to America. So I always thought that was kind of cool. I personally knew the first generation of my family to be in America, my mother's grandmother. She was from, God, I'm going to fuck this up, because one of them was from Sweden. One of them was from Norway. They met in North Dakota. Bertha Nilsson. Or no, her name wasn't Nilsson. But Bertha, I think, was the Swede, and Olaf was the Norwegian. I think Olaf is a Norwegian name. So one was Swede, one was Norwegian. They're both Scandinavian. They moved here, and then they created my grandmother, who married my grandfather. That's usually how that works. And he was a Zinken or Zank when they came to this country. They were German Dutch. So I'm like, but then on my dad's side, the Imholtz, they are all just fucking German as all hell. My grandpa's people are North German, and then my grandma's people are East German, Czech, from Bohemia. So there's, I think I'm about 60% German, and then I've got like 10% Dutch in there, and then the rest is all Scandinavian. So I think I'm like 60, 10, 30. And then like everybody, if you do like a 23andMe, everyone's black. Like everybody's like 1.5% African. It happens. Let's go to Brad's running mate is Reverend Tim Christopher. I like that guy. He's a little hardcore, but I like him. Wally World says, I liked Scott Jensen. I didn't. I knew he was a loser right away. Not loser like as a guy, but a loser as a candidate. Like he was just boring. He took himself way too seriously, and there was like he's just seemed like a gamer autist type, you know. Let's go to Bigot on Socialist Media says, want a shot at, yeah, he said that. He goes, yeah, you want a shot at the title? The fuck does that even mean? Then we've got Honky says, was that Lord Varys? No, it's not. He does kind of look like Varys. He's the spider. Oh, yeah. Why did you guys have to remind me of this? Yes. Rest in peace to Vikings legend Jim Marshall. Very sad. If you didn't hear yesterday, last night, Jim Marshall passed away, one of the Purple People Eaters. You know, I got my dad a really cool gift over the span of like a year and a half, 2 years. For every Christmas, Father's Day, and birthday, I would get him a different autographed jersey from one of the Purple People Eaters. And now in his sports room, he's got Gary Larson, Jim Marshall, Carl Eller, and Alan Page jerseys hanging up. He's got all four of them. And I kind of consider that a long-term investment because, one day my dad's going to be gone. I'll just get the shit. So technically I just bought myself purple People Eater jerseys. And I guess technically I bought my son purple People Eater jerseys. I don't know if you know this, and some of you would be like, shit show will be very excited to hear this. I'm going to die someday. Probably not soon enough for shit show. 199, he says, you say we a lot for a guy with no colleagues or friends. Well, I mean, between all of our platforms, we've got, let's see, 8, 4, 13, 1, that's 12, 25. We got about 30,000 followers and subscribers. So, I mean, I don't know. I would call that, I would say we. In that situation. I'm sorry that upsets you, shit show, but then again, I'm used to you being upset with me. 99 cents from Balls Deep. Thank you very much. And let me hit refresh here. I have a feeling some of you are, again, this is, God damn it. I don't know what it is. I got to change my settings. I have to re-log into this, and I have to get a code fucking texted to me every time I hit refresh now. It's so fucking annoying. But I know there's a message attached with this, and I God forbid I fuck that up, Let's go in. First of all, we need an Olbermann. Give me an Olbermann.
They are afraid.
A little Olbermann for you. Thank you very much. Don't assume my pronouns, says Gray Duckling as he throws $50 at the toe. Thank you very much, Gray. That's going to put Gray Duckling at, by my count, $70 for this week. So now the women are falling out of favor. Uh-oh. That's another dude in the top 4. You got Steven at 100, Gray Duckling at 70, Miss Tay at 60, and Crunchy at 52. The guys are starting to take it back. 205 away from today's goal. Holy shit. Thank you guys so much. What an amazing day. We got back to perfect last night. Now you guys are doing this. Unbelievable. Rust Belt says, my dad and I got to meet Carl Eller in the dairy barn at the state fair. All right. Fuck everybody who's not from Minnesota who just heard me say that. That is a very Minnesota thing to have happen. When you can meet Carl Eller in the dairy barn at the state fair. That's very cool. One of my favorite places to go at the state fair, it's called the Ballpark, I think. It's got the bar there. It's got all the, the Twins game is usually on during the state fair or a Vikings preseason game. And you can get all these delicious beers, right? And then you go into not the ag building, but it's some kind of ag building looking thing. And that's where they've got all the food and the karaoke and all that stuff. Oh, the best place at the state fair. Best place at the state fair. Are you kidding me? $1 from Hulkamasha Baby says, I've seen you drink. Your German card is this close to getting pulled. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. I can't drink. I don't know what it is. It's my fucking biology. I think what it is, I don't drink for long periods of time. And then I'll go, I don't drink when I golf anymore. I only allow myself 1 beer because I'm on a mission to break 9. By the way, Meme Copium, turn this part of the show off. You're going to fucking hate it. I'm trying to break 90, and I got to 93 last week. And so I don't let myself have more than 1 beer. I usually get a Dr. Pepper and a water, and that's for my 18 holes. Because I got to break 90 and I can't go getting tipsy. Because if I have, by the time I get to the bottom of my second beer, it starts to, I start to notice the equilibrium going a little bit. Thank you, Gray Duckling, for that $50. I appreciate it. 205 away from knocking out today's goal. You guys are fantastic. Papa Shab calling me a 1-beer queer. Fair. Mr. Beat says, I drank half a handle of rum yesterday. I hope I'm not making you feel bad. Sam Show says, you got hammered off of 1.5 beers. First of all, it was a buzz. Second of all, they were pounders. Third of all, those beers were huge. 09 Canyon says, I don't drink. I only allow myself one beer. That's alcoholic talk. On the golf course, dickhead. Jesus Christ. You got the autists just like grabbing every word, and they're like, I need to make this what I need it to be. 09 Canyon, sharpen up. You're better than that. Sam Show says, a buzz? Fags. All right, Hulkamasha baby, I'm this close to kicking you the fuck out of here. He said, yeah, that's Polish blood. Get out. I almost fist fought my dad one time because he said, son, your grandma, some of her family comes from Bohemia, and that's Polish. I said, I ain't got a fucking drop of Polak blood in my body. You take it back. I literally Googled it in front of my dad. I went, nope, Bohemia is Czech. It is not Polish. Cultural background of Bohemia. A rich tapestry woven from Celtic, Germanic, and when they say Slavic threads, I'm not part of the Slavic thread. I'm part of the Germanic thread of Bohemia. I'm not a Slav. Later, Slavic tribes, primarily the Czechs, I'm going to fucking cry, settled the region, forming the core of its cultural identity. No! Bohemia's history is marked by periods of Roman influence, Germanic migration, and the rise of the Kingdom of Bohemia, which later became a part of the Habsburg Empire. Yeah, I'm not Slavic. I'm German. There ain't no Slavs in me. Thank you very much. McBuster says it's Slav. Technically, Prussian is Polish. I'm not, it's not Prussian. I'm in the northwest German part. That's where I am. Sam Show says, look at you. My family definitely kicked you around, you fucking peasant. I'm not Slavic. McBuster says Slav. Like I said, it's not. Honky says Czechs are Polacks. Chris Maltasanti said so. Yeah, and how do you end up? Hobo chili recipe. Good to see you've had your coffee and calmed down this morning. By the way, am I lying, Hobo? Did you need a little caffeine? You were a little bucky this morning. He says Aaron is lying. He's actually Yugoslavian. His grandpa was that dirty Balkan Tito. No, Mr. Beat says Aaron's got a blockhead like a Slav. Not true. I repeat, not true. Honky says Sudetenland. Is Bohemia in the Sudetenland? That was culturally German, remember? That's why they wanted it. They were Aryans. Is Bohemia in the Sudetenland? Please be in the Sudetenland. Yes, Bohemia is part of the Sudetenland. Specifically, the German-speaking outer rim of the Czech Republic. Fuck yeah. Slav averted. I did the Slav dodge. Thank you very much. Mad Max Mardigan says, I agree with Hobo. Slavic, the retards of Europe. Mad Max says, I don't even think they're people, personally. I'm working on that. I'm working on that hypothesis. I don't think Slavs are people. I think the organism which they evolved from came from a meteor, and they're actually an alien race. And not like the good kind, like the puddle kind. Mad Max Mardigan says, pounders, where I come from, are a full liter. You can't handle 20 ounces. Pounders are called pounders because it's 16 ounces. What kind of fucking Polak backwater you come from? They call them pounders, 16 ounces in a pound. Now, I know that's retarded because it's fluid ounces, but, you know, we talk shorthand here. They call them pounders because it's 16 ounces. Pound, 16. Never mind. If you can't handle 20 ounces, don't ever try to claim you're anything but one of those faggot Roman English or fucking Polish. I wouldn't mind if I was like, what do they call it? Anglo-Saxon English. I wouldn't mind that. I got a lot of respect for those people. A lot of respect for those people. Let's go to Bohemian Rap Toady. Habsburg, that explains your chin. All right. I don't like it. I don't like it. McBuster says Aaron is part Hun, part Slav. No, I'm not. I'm Sudetenland. That's the Reich. I'm a Reichy guy. Sorry, I had to super simplify it. I thought an ex-radio guy would have been able to go with the flow, but no, I had to slow it down. I'm not a Slav. Approachable says Aaron is definitely German, and that's why his bloodline came here around the time of the war. They were part of the German Jews that had to flee. All right, let's get that out of our head immediately. Lander says they call them pounders because gay F words take it in the ass while they drink their beers. I don't understand it. Guys, we have a problem. And I think a lot of you guys are going to side against me on this problem. There was a rift yesterday. Did you hear about the rift? There was a rift between old Rand Paul and Donald Trump. Oh, wait, hold on 1 second. We do have a text coming in. Your drinking problem is women biologically get drunk easier. Thank you. It's so nice when they help you like that. When they point out exactly what the problem is. I appreciate that. Guys, you're so helpful. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says Aaron is just Minnesota German white trash thinking he's better than all the Scandies who do all the farming. Enjoy your historical factory work being too dumb to actually farm and provide. Well, have fun going into a fucking gas chamber for talking all that cash money shit. That's historically the world's problems with us Germans, is that they're like, you Germans can't do shit. And then we go into tard rage and smash your head with a hammer we smelted. They're like, hey, how do you guys grow food? We just make you do it or we'll fucking kill you. And you're like, well, you kill enough of us, we're going to fight back. Right, yeah, we're going to get a good head start for a good 3-4 years. And then, usually there's a comeuppance. But, there's the national saying in Germany is, worth it. We don't admit we're wrong very easy. We gotta have it beaten into us. So I don't know how much you guys know about this big, beautiful bill. I know that it's another like George W. Bush type thing where if you give something a fancy, like nice name that people like, they'll get behind it. That, oh, it's a big, beautiful bill. That's a great thing, right? I mean, not really. No, it's basically a shitload of spending and a fuckload of debt and a few, like it's a big tax cut, which is nice. I love tax cuts, but just like the first Trump tax cut, it's going to saddle us with a shitload of debt because we don't cut spending with it. And I hate when the government cuts the rate of increase in spending and then they go, oh, look, we cut spending. Like only in on paper government world is that cutting spending where you go, oh, I mean, yeah, sure. We had, we were going to increase spending by 6% last year, but now we're increasing spending by 3% next year. And the Democrats will sit there and go, they're cutting spending by 50%. And people go, oh my God, these monsters. And then meanwhile, people who are like to the right of Republicans will be like, no, they didn't. They're still spending 3% more than they did. Like Republicans don't understand the most conservative, principled parts of their party, because if they did, they would understand that those people want you to actually spend less money next year than you did this year. Whereas dyed-in-the-wool, like rank-and-file Republicans go, well, if we just cut the increase that the Democrats put in there, that's just like cutting spending. No, it's not. It's not like that at all. Well, Rand Paul tried to tell Donald Trump that, and Donald Trump went on a Truth Social spree and smashed my boy Rand Paul. I got to be honest. I got Rand Paul's back and all this shit. But at the same time, he really is the nerd that Trump stuffs in the locker. Quite a bit. I don't like it. I like Trump. I like Rand Paul. But Rand Paul is too bullyable. And he always ends up going back to Trump, too. So Rand Paul said he's voting no on the big, beautiful bill. Because he says, look, I got to be principled just like my daddy, just like old Ron Paul. He's like, this thing, it blows up the budget, increases the deficit. I'm not voting for it because it doesn't matter if you cut taxes. If you keep spending money and you keep accumulating debt, we saw this with the COVID checks that went out. If you keep spending and you keep accumulating debt, you're going to cause inflation as you print more money. And then that's going to be a tax. Inflation is a tax. We found that out during the Biden administration. It doesn't matter. You could have cut our taxes by 5%. Hey, I kept 5% of my money. Well, your cost of goods went up 10%. Now, all of a sudden, that tax cut doesn't look so good. So Rand Paul tries to point that out to Donald Trump. And look, man, this is what I love about Rand Paul, but I think it also exposes that the country might be too far down the idiocracy path to turn it around. And that, we're all just trying to coast on what's left of America. Because Rand Paul is the dork who's right. He's like, hey, guys, this isn't a good idea. This increases spending and this increases debt. And this is a terrible idea. But then the popular kids are like Trump and they just go, why don't you shut the fuck up, you dork? You're gay. Hey, everybody, he's gay. And they're all like, ha, you're gay. They're like Jeff Goldblum running in there with the laptop on Independence Day telling us it's checkmate. And then everyone else is like, look at this fucking dork. Isn't he a queer? You're saying, oh, shit. So Donald Trump is going to win the battle of public opinion on this. He's going to beat Rand Paul. But I'm telling you, my boy Rand is right. Donald Trump Truth Socialed. I don't know what you call these truths. Dropped a truth bomb. Says Rand Paul has very little understanding of the big, beautiful bill, especially the tremendous growth that is coming. He loves voting no on everything. He thinks it's good politics, but it's not. The big, beautiful bill is a big winner. No, Rand Paul's right. The only reason he seemingly votes no on everything is because everything grows the budget deficit and the debt, and he's against that. His dad famously became Dr. No. They called him Dr. No because he voted no on every spending bill that Congress put out there because we couldn't pay for it. So, I ask you this, and I know I'm going to get shit on by my audience because I'm questioning God, King Trump. But let me ask you this. If Donald Trump, who was a lifelong Democrat until 2012, if all of a sudden he puts forth a bill and it adds a couple $1 trillion to the deficit, someone please tell me what he's conserving. Please tell me how adding debt is America first. Please explain to me what's conservative about not conserving. Tell me the one thing about America that conservatives ever conserved during our lifetime. Did they conserve the family values and marriage and all that? Nope, they caved on that one. Did they conserve ethics and morals in drug legislation? Nope, they bent on that one because they wanted to look cool. And did they conserve our financial dignity? Did they conserve our financial well-being? Nope. They started wars that cost untold trillions of dollars. They cut taxes without cutting spending. They gave money away to their favorite corporations in the form of tax abatements, costing us trillions of dollars. I'm not really sure where the conserving in conservatism comes from. I mean, the big hero of conservatism is a guy who was a Democrat until last decade. And now he's proposing a bill that's going to add a shitload of debt. And that, we really are the guy with the girlfriend checking out the chick meme, conservative Americans, because we'll have a guy like Rand Paul. We're like, oh, I really like him. He's great. In fact, that was the 2016 primary. Rand Paul was winning all of the polls. And we're like, oh, we got Rand Paul. Then Donald Trump walks by and he's like, get in, queer. We're going to beat up some libs. And we went, ooh, I like him. So meanwhile, we have this principled guy who nails it on all the financial issues. And all it takes is one tall guy calling him gay. And now everyone thinks that guy sucks. Rand Paul is right. So Trump kept talking shit yesterday. He goes, Rand votes no on everything, but never has any practical or constructive ideas. What the fuck are you talking about? All of his ideas are practical. You know what idea isn't practical? $35 trillion in debt. I'm sorry, but the people, and Obama, Trump, and Biden are part of this, and obviously Bush. Clinton's the last one who balanced the fucking budget. But you don't get to be part of the House that gets our debt up to $36 trillion and then tell a guy who's saying, hey, why don't we only spend the money we take in? You don't get to say that guy doesn't have practical or constructive ideas. He's the only one with practical ideas. Your guys' ideas are the ones you think are practical are, why don't we just keep spending a metric fuck ton of money we don't have? It'll work out somehow. His ideas are actually crazy. Losers. The people of Kentucky can't stand him. This is a big growth bill. How many times have we seen this? So this is Rand Paul saying the math doesn't add up on the big, beautiful bill. And this is Rand Paul trying to make his case right before Trump and MAGA give him a swirly.
Welcome back to Squat. The Senate getting ready to start debating the House-passed reconciliation bill. Our next guest says the math doesn't add up, and he's calling for changes. Joining us right now is Republican Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky. Good morning to you, Senator. We were just talking to the president's son, in fact.
Rand Paul is not sure. He's Owen Wilson Luke Wilson in Idiocracy. He's not the most brilliant guy we've ever had, but like in the land of the crazy, the guy with a normal IQ is king. And he's got the right message, and everyone goes, they're just telling him, we got it here somewhere still, don't we?
You talk like a fag, and your shit's all retarded.
What would it take for you to support this bill?
Well, the main thing that I object to is raising the debt ceiling $4 or $5 trillion. That's an indication that we'll borrow that much. It's an indication that we'll put the debt on the back burner. We'll have no more discussion of it for a year or two. And really, we're locked in a year right now where in March of this year, most of the Republicans, not me, voted to continue the Biden spending levels in March. So we're operating under a continuing resolution which originated as Biden spending levels. You remember Republicans saying, Bidenomics, Biden inflation, Biden this, Biden that. Well, they voted for that in March. So the deficit here...
honestly, all this guy... Remember when he was everyone's hero during COVID because he was busting Fauci's balls? This is the guy saying we can't afford our Christmas presents this year because it's not, financially responsible. And then everyone who wants Christmas presents, even though they know he's right, they pelt him with tomatoes and bricks because they're like, no, fuck you. I want more shit. Like, nothing he's saying is wrong, and it makes me feel nuts.
End of the fiscal year at the end of September will be about $2.2 trillion. I'm not for that, so I voted against the spending levels. But now they want me to vote for $5 trillion worth of increase in a debt ceiling, and I'm just not for that. That's not conservative.
Attaboy, Rand.
So the question is...
why are you gay?
When you look around the room and you look at your peers and colleagues, how many people do you think you have with you? What does this bill ultimately...
Like always, 4. You got 4 guys. They're all wearing like the headgear with the braces, and they all play the tuba, and everybody kicks them in the ass, and they walk down the hallway.
Look like in the end?
I think there are 3 or 4 of us. If there are 4 of us...
Holy shit, Bitcoin's at 105 grand? Fucking hell. Why aren't you all cashing out your Bitcoin? Like years ago, it was at like 30 grand. Why aren't you guys fucking off? This is that gambling attitude that's going to get you. Because Bitcoin, like on a whim, will drop to like $4.
Who want it to be more fiscally conservative. I think we can reduce the spending levels and perhaps separate out the debt ceiling as well. But it takes 4 people with courage, and 4 people with courage can make the bill into anything we want it to. Right now, there are competing factions, though. There are 4 or 5 who don't want any spending cuts, and there are 4 or 5 who want more spending cuts. So it's who sticks together better and who has more courage to stand up and say no. I've said no for 6 months now. I said I will not vote to raise the debt ceiling $5 trillion, but I'm pretty much open to compromise on everything else in the bill. I want to make the tax cuts permanent. I supported them in 2017. I think it's the best thing we did for the economy. It's why the economy thrived.
I agree.
In the first Trump term.
Dude, everyone had like anywhere from $500 to $1,000 a month extra in their fucking pocket. It's so simple. Like, hey, what stimulates the economy? Oh, I don't know. Let people keep more of their money. Yeah, we won't be allowed to bomb an extra country this year, but we'll figure it out.
Till it was shut down by the pandemic. So I do want the tax cuts. I want them to be permanent. I'm for a lot of spending cuts, but I'll compromise and get as much as I can. I'm just not going to take responsibility for the debt. The debt has always been a Democrat problem. And
why do they bully this poor guy? Like, why do they keep shitting on this guy? I don't want to bore everybody and get too into the weeds. We got the point now. But, like, now Trump's, like, shitting on him. And, if Trump shits on him, everybody else is going to shit on him now. Oh, and look at this news. U.S. doubles steel and aluminum tariffs. Fucking killing it, guys. Sergeant Holka with $5 says, yeah, I love the Democrats naming bills like the Caress Every Scrotum Act of 2025. Yeah, sounds great. And they spend $10 trillion on solar panels. Yeah, but you see, the Democrats are lost. That's what they do. Like, we're not going to fix you're not going to get the Democrats to think that spending money is a bad thing. But that is supposed to be the Republicans' thing. The Republicans' thing is supposed to be spending shitloads of money we don't have is bad. And, like, we do that. Rand Paul does that, and Donald Trump goes, this guy, he probably sucks dudes off at the airport. Leo with $1 says all the moronic GOP reps saying they didn't read the bill and posting my bad on Twitter need to be removed. I've got terrible news. If you start removing every representative and every senator who didn't read the bill, we'd be out of senators. None of them read it. And you know what the creepiest thing is? All of them are lawyers. They're all lawyers, and none of them read the shit. And they go, all right, this is why you're like, hey, how can lawyers, like practicing lawyers, fuck up the law so badly? Look at Congress. The fucking lawyers who write the bills don't even read the fucking bills. So you think that the lawyers who are practicing the law, that the lawyers who wrote them didn't read, can actually understand the laws that are being... Why do you think there's 9,000 different courts with 10,000 different opinions? It's because the lawyers who put the doublespeak in the bill and never read it and then passed it along, sent it to lawyers to practice those laws, and the lawyers went, I don't know what the fuck this means. I'll give it my best shot. And then they send it to judges who go, who fucking wrote this shit? Did you guys read it beforehand? I'll do my best. Politicians writing bills is like when kids build a birdhouse in second grade and it comes out looking like a Picasso. It's all beat up. It looks like something Mrs. Dietz created in Beetlejuice. And you look at it and you're like, oh, yeah, it looks great. That's wonderful. Did you use the whole bottle of wood glue or did you? No, it's really, I'm going to put it on the mantle right here. That's wonderful. That's the Republicans coming to you going, oh, we got a really good spending, the big, beautiful bill. I mean, the fact that we call it the big, beautiful bill just makes it sound like it was written by Phoebes. Honky with $5 says, found your Slavic ancestor. Czech historian Bedřich Hrozný. Doppelganger in black and white. Uh-oh. Bedřich Raj. Did I say that? Did I write that properly? Hrozný. Oh, God. Bedřich Hrozný. They're saying this. How does this guy look anything like me? I'm not Bedřich Hrozný. That's not me at all. First of all, he's got a better hairline, and I'm a little jealous. That's not my doppelganger. He was a Czech Orientalist and linguist. He contributed to the decipherment of the ancient title Hittite language, identified as an Indo-European language, and laid the groundwork for the development of Hittitology. I don't know. I don't know the guy. I don't want to know the guy. We never met. I don't know the dude. Eaton Clam says dead ringer. Ryobi says confirmed. Honky says another win for the Slav. We look nothing alike. I don't know what you're talking about. But thank you very much for the Rumble rants and the Super Chats. I appreciate it. Sergeant Hulka and Honky. 195 away from today. I got to say, you guys are doing it right. You're doing a great job. Thank you so much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble rants, gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Keep it going. Text coming in. You just don't get it, Aaron. You see, he's doing, just don't think about it. Fair enough. That's it. That's the problem guys like Rand Paul and I have. We just, we think about this stuff too much like a bunch of fucking dorks. That's our issue. Thank you guys very much for your generosity today. Like I said, 195 away from knocking back another win for the toe. What is it? $100 by 9 o'clock? Plenty of time, guys. Thank you so much. Take a look at that top four. See if you want to jump in. We do appreciate it. So part of this big, beautiful bill stuff is the White House formally sending those DOGE spending cuts to Congress. So you know how Elon Musk just came in with a chainsaw and he's just wiping things out. He's going, oh, we're going to cut this spending, and we're going to take away U.S. aid, and we're going to get rid of this and get rid of that. We have a story, by the way, later. Apparently, weathermen are saying they can't forecast hurricanes because of the DOGE cuts. Now, one thing we had to learn this month was that the $1 trillion in spending cuts that DOGE promised, A, they're not sending, and B, it turns out that DOGE does not, we all thought that DOGE had this authority bestowed upon them by the president that they could just start cutting spending. Well, it turns out they can't. It turns out this DOGE thing could end up being a big wild goose chase, because while Elon Musk can go, we're cutting this, we're cutting that, the spending cuts actually have to be sent to Congress. The only thing the president can do with executive orders is he can take existing money that has not been appropriated yet and he can send it somewhere else. But he can't just put it away. It's not allowed. So all of these DOGE cuts have been rounded up. They've been gathered. And then now they have to be sent to Congress, and all of these people have to agree on it, vote on it, and agree to cut the spending. So how much of the $1 trillion in proposed cuts are going towards slashing federal funding on Capitol Hill? Well, the number, $9.4 billion. It's a start. And there's already no guarantee that it's going to be passed. So all of this yammering on about DOGE and all of this, oh, man, you guys aren't going to believe it, man. DOGE is going to be so great. It's going to be the most wonderful thing. What did we get? $9.4 billion. We're going to cut enough money to buy the Dallas Cowboys. That's about it. Our national debt, $36 trillion. The $9.4 billion package, known as rescissions on Capitol Hill, would claw back previously appropriated government funding. The move to cancel the funding through Congress would insulate the administration from legal challenges related to its cuts to federal funding. This is, by the way, how addicted Republicans and Democrats are to spending money. We're not, there's no guarantee. You try to cut $9.4 billion and these people go, oh my God, you're insane. Because we know how full of shit the Trump administration is, because we find out they can't cut all this spending. But we also find out how fucking insane Democrats are, because remember all the bitching they've been doing. Oh my God, DOGE is going to burn down the federal government. DOGE is going to kill us all. This whole thing's going to cause the earth to collapse in on itself. The system shall be broken. And then the bill comes to the floor, and what is it? $9.4 billion. That's it. BB gun at a freight train. As anticipated, the cuts target the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. It's like NPR and shit. And a small chunk of the federal budget that provides direct funding for PBS, as well as USAID, the U.S. Agency for International Development. Now, it's so funny that they call it USAID, because when you actually read the whole thing out, the United States Agency for International Development, it's basically the manipulate countries that hate you into liking you bribery fund. Oh, but it's called USAID. Are you against aiding people? Oh, you're terrible. The initial request, however, is far more limited in scope than the more than $1 trillion in spending cuts that DOGE has promised. The lengthy time it took the White House to send over a first round of cuts underscores the uphill battle for even a Republican-led Congress to codify DOGE's work. And that's just it. This is the best chance we're going to have in a generation to cut spending, to get our fiscal house back in order. And it's just further proof that even Republicans, when push comes to shove, they don't want to fix this shit. They just want to kick the can down the road. None of these people want to, they all campaign on, we got to get our fiscal house in order. And then when we put it to them to take the first little baby step, they go, ooh, $9.4 billion. I mean, geez, do we have to do it all at once? We're fucked. You've got a Republican House, a Republican Senate, a Republican president, and they don't want to do it. Let's go to the text line here. We'll see if Aaron is actually Slav. Buy a bottle of Princeton's own Kharkov vodka and act accordingly. I'm not a big vodka guy. My favorite vodka is probably Tito's. Kharkov just reminds me of high school. It reminds me of bug spray. It's fucking I used to have when summer after senior year, I would go over to this girl Alyssa's house, and she had a pool, and we'd sit by the pool, and like it would be early morning, and she'd already be drinking. It became a problem with her, but she was really cute. I wanted to hang out with her, and so this girl. Now this would have to be after junior year. I had a girlfriend. Summer after. When was I hanging out with Alyssa in the summertime? I think it had to be after junior year. Because I think I got the girlfriend fall of senior year. I swear to God, I'm not a scumbag on this one. So summer after junior year, I would go to Alyssa's house, and she would have Kharkov and orange juice. She handed me one time. She goes, "You want some orange juice?" I go, "Yeah, it's early in the morning. I'll have some orange juice." I take a sip. It was like DEET mixed with orange juice. I mean, she was making them pretty stiff. So Kharkov, it's weird. Like you drinking when you were in high school or college, that smell will always come back to you. The smell of cheap vodka reminds me of Alyssa's tits out while I was at the pool, at her pool in Mounds View, summer after junior year. I went to work for her that summer. Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says, Hittitology. My dad knew that one. Oh, abused as a child jokes. So much fun. Approachable says, more proof. Once a cheater, always a cheater. Look, I ain't never been the guy to sit here and tell you that I'm a perfect angel. I have, let me think. Cheated on that one. There's one girl. So my first girlfriend I cheated on. My second girlfriend I did not cheat on. I was sleeping with her friend, but we weren't officially a thing. And then this is one of my favorite stories. So I dated this girl, Laura, when I was like 21. I was sleeping with her friend. They both went to St. Mary's in Winona. And I was sleeping with her friend, and she wanted to, it wasn't tough back in the college days. Like if you did, I did some nice things. I got the girl I was sleeping with a gift, and I came down to hang out with her, and she was hanging out with her friends at like an Applebee's or something. I don't fucking remember, but I brought her something. And this girl who was like 5'10", brunette, fucking drop dead gorgeous. She saw this. She's like, "Oh, that's so sweet. That's amazing." And the girl I was sleeping with at the time was a pretty casual thing, but I got her something nice. She was like, "Yeah, whatever," what it was. And so like this girl, these broads can be nasty. So we're at a party, and that girl pulls me aside into another room, and she's like, "I just feel terrible for you." And I'm like, "What? What is it? What is it?" She's like, "The other day she was hooking up with her ex-boyfriend, and you're just such a good guy, and I think it's so disrespectful, and and then she hugs me and everything else, and like, I was 21, I don't know what the fuck. I'm like, oh, wow, this girl really likes me. So I end up dating that girl. Like, she becomes my girlfriend then. I didn't realize that she was pulling a fucking Houdini. Like, I didn't realize she was pulling an escape move and like trashing her friend, who, again, we're not like an official thing, but trashing her friend so that I will like her, and then I just hook, line, and sinker, I bite, and like, I think it was, this was in early January, late December. And then by the middle of February, we were going with my cousins to Las Vegas. And I never cheated on that girl. I never cheated on her. We were together for like 3 months, and I never cheated on her. Her name was Laura. And then there were a bunch of girls. Like, I don't really think ever any girlfriends. There was one girl I was sleeping with for a while, and she would wear a sleeping mask to bed. I always thought that was fucking creepy. I didn't like that. I didn't like waking up to like some chick, and she's got her mouth open and a sleeping mask. I don't know. Weird to me. So anyway, slept with her, blah, 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 bounced around a little bit here and there. And then eventually I met that girl at my cousin's wedding. She was different. But then I met my first wife. And my first wife, I didn't cheat on her until after we were married. So that was like, I made it a long time. I made it years of not cheating. I was cured. And then I got a radio show that became #1 in St. Cloud. We started doing comedy shows everywhere. Girls start giving you lots of attention. I didn't handle it well. And somebody says, what about the girl in Litchfield? I never dated her, though. Like the girl in Litchfield, I never dated. The Colombian chick, I never dated her. She just came over one night and she brought over American Me and Fido and was like, here's some good movies we can watch together. And, you know, looking back, like, oh, shit, I should have known that chick was crazy. But, you know, Colombians. You know, I love them. So then I had the wife and I cheated. And then I think I cheated again. And then I met April. And this might shock you. You might not have known this. This might not be public knowledge. But I cheated on her too. I don't know if you've read it anywhere. I don't know if you've heard about it anywhere. But there was some cheating going on there. So, yeah, there's been one I haven't cheated on. That's. You know, as I go through my dating history here, I'm starting to think that maybe I might be sort of a piece of shit. Baba Shab says, Aaron doesn't count dudes. There are no dudes. No dudes. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says, with this story, I found you as a fish. Oh, God. Dr. Silverwolf. All right. Thank you for the $5, buddy. I appreciate that. Honky with $1 says, wait, you dated a Colombian in Litchfield and she wasn't the one mixed up in coke? Small world, I guess. No, but that would have gotten, I'm going to say this. I think that would have gotten stabby. I think the Colombian would have gotten stabby. She seemed a little off, shall we say. Primetime 99 says you should host the new Cheaters and have Alex Stein on like the good old days. Atomic Ray with $1 says, with your kind of dating history, how the fuck did you stay out of elected office? I mean, you really think I needed that? Jesus. Sam Show says Colombians get possessive. Yeah. Colombians, they're, what's the word? Fiery. They're fiery. Ryan the Garbage Man says, what was the gift? D's nuts? No, I think it was her birthday. I brought her flowers or some shit. And then the other one thought that was really sweet and went, well, I got to steal him. Landers says, no dudes. So you're just going to forget our summer in Maui, Aaron? I told you not to write shit like that publicly, but I guess we're not fucking listening. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Baba Shab says, wow, Minnesota really is a tundra where you shack up with anyone when it gets cold. I'm telling you guys, a fucking gross chud like me can clean up in a state like this. You got to get up here. It's a fucking gold rush. It's you can do okay, may I say. All right, let's talk about fat girls, shall we? Let's do a little fat girl talk. By the way, thank you very much for that $5, Silver Wolf. I appreciate that. 190 away from today's goal. 190 away from today. Thank you guys very much. Let's get it down to 100 in the next hour, hour and a half. We got this thing. Honestly, you guys have so much time right now. If we just keep going $5, $10 at a time, gifted memberships, 1 or 2 at a time, we're going to get this thing hammered out in no time. Just stay consistent, keep the pressure up, and we're heading to one of those perfect days. So, a bunch of fat people got together, and they started complaining about airplane seats. Fat people and airplane seats in the 2020s are becoming like stand-up comedians and airplanes in the 1980s. They can't fucking stop talking about them. And, like, it's not like we're springing these new airplane seats on them, you know? It's not like we're like building new airplane seats and going, watch this, the fat people won't be able to fit. The airplane seats aren't changing. You're getting more rotund. You know how big the airplane seats are. You sit on chairs every day. Granted, armrests are up. I get it. So there's not as much to, scale. But I shouldn't say scale. That's on me. But here you are. You know how big the airplane seat is. You know how fat your ass is getting. You don't get to be surprised when you get on the airplane and you find out you can't fit and then bitch about buying a second seat. Look, man, I'm 6'3", 220 pounds. I'm a big dude. I fit in an airplane seat just fine. Plug my headphones in. I watch a couple of movies. I'm at my destination. I can't fucking sleep on a plane. Forget it. People who can sleep on a plane are serial killers. I don't get it. But I fit just fine. And I'm not like the sveltest guy in the world. So if you can't fit in an airplane seat, don't bring us your fucking problems. Either pay for the other seat and shut up, or figure something out, fix your fat ass, and leave us alone. And don't sit next to me. I've been very lucky in my flying history. I've never had to sit next to a really grotesque one. There was one time I sat next to a short, chunky black lady, and she had the neck pillow, and she slept. Black people love neck pillows on airplanes, but never like a true behemoth like we're about to see here. I think you're being really rude if you buy one seat and you're fat and you get on an airplane. It's not nice. And then to have the audacity to blame, like, you're literally blaming your fat ass on the airline company. I don't understand it. Let's go. We got a few of these here. We got a gaggle. We've got a collection. First of all, look at this. How is this anyone's problem but yours? Why do any of us need to hear about you bitching about airlines? There is a very simple solution to this. Greyhound or jumping jacks. Choice is yours. We don't have to be involved.
We're plus-size travelers. Of course we think about...
You're not plus... You're not plus... I hate it when they come up with these words. We're plus-size travelers. Like somebody did something to you. No, you're too fat for airplane seats.
We're plus-size travelers. Of course we think about if we need a second seat before we book a flight.
We're plus-size travelers. Of course we ask for the seatbelt extender as soon as we board the flight.
We're plus-size travelers. Of course we get dirty looks anytime we're traveling.
I would not give, and I don't know if it's necessarily dirty looks. What you get is people going, oh, please, God, don't sit by me. And yeah, you might see that as a little rude, and maybe it is, but it's a personal preference, like you and sauce on ribs.
We're plus-size travelers. Of course we're expected to pay more just to travel comfortably.
Right. Why is this you bitching? This seems remarkably reasonable. We can all agree on this. If you guys would take this as your everyday attitude instead of a snarky video, we'd be at peace. Of course we expect to pay more. All right, good. You should. What do you want, a fucking medal? Of course we pay for a second seat. Good. That's a positive thing. Now sit all the way over on that one because you don't realize how much your skin leaks over into the side. Don't sit towards the middle or anything. Just, I'll be over here. You go over there. And your thigh meat will be over here.
We're plus-size travelers. Of course we check to see if there's a customer size policy before booking.
We're plus-size travelers. Of course society doesn't believe we deserve to travel.
It's not that we don't think you deserve to travel. It's that we'd like to lock you in the cargo bay.
We're plus-size travelers. Of course we can't use a tray table on a plane.
We're plus-size travelers.
Okay, think about that. Of course we can't use a tray table on a plane. And they talk like that's like society's problem. If your tits and gut are so big that folding down a tray table is an impossibility for you, I need you to draw me a diagram as to how that's my fucking problem. Again, 6'3", 220. That should be considered a big guy. I can put down a tray table just fine. I can put out the tray table extender just fine. Planes are big enough for chunk asses. This is something else.
Of course, we can't use the airplane lavatory comfortably.
Okay, well, first of all, nobody can. Let's not. How about this? How about you shit before you fly? All right? How about we're not taking big dumps in the airplane? Oh, my God. So on the flight back from Florida, this has never happened to me before. I don't know if I book differently from how I usually do, but I usually get, a nice seat somewhere near the front to middle of the plane. I don't know if we booked it weird, if we booked it wrong, but Delta put us in the back of the plane on the flight back. Oh my God, I've never sat in the back of a plane before. Never again. Never, ever, ever again. You know what? I think I skipped the step. I usually pick my seat. I didn't this time. That might have been on me. But I sat in the back of the plane, and every time someone opens that fucking bathroom door, I'm still gagging because of it. I've never had that experience before. I've never flown that way. I can never fly that way again. It is an impossibility. Silver Wolf with $2 says, my reaction whenever I see a fat person getting on an airplane. Okay, how about a little bigotry here?
We are being reinforced with a dreadnought.
Reinforced with a dreadnought. Really fucking cute. How do you think that makes them feel? Probably hungry. Probably hungry. Honky says, if your pictures need to be taken in landscape mode, no plane for you. Pool Scam Sam says, I only fly first class or Comfort Plus. Never back with the pores. Yeah, I usually do a lot of customizing when I think I don't know. I just think I didn't this time. And I fucked it up because that's never happened to me before. Turtle Steel Shell says, we are plus-size travelers. Of course we're going to die young clutching our chest. Jesus. Little. So, I got to be honest. It's a little on the nose. I don't understand. But again, I don't understand this fat acceptance thing where it's like your decision to go for seconds and thirds and shut down buffets. Like, I don't understand why we are the ones who have to live with the consequences of your actions. I don't get why their obesity has become our problem. Let's go to King Kong Dong says Aaron's tray table can't support the buffet from his carry. When did King Kong Dong become hobo chili recipe? What the fuck is happening here? 190 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. You're doing a fantastic job. I appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble Rants. What am I missing? All the different ways. Throw in your money and let's knock this out. We're in a good spot. I don't want to end up in the spot we typically end up in where I rest on my laurels and I go, hey, good job, everybody. We're kicking ass and taking names. So I want to keep the pressure up. Keep turning those $5 and $10 at a time. And we'll get there very, very easily. Keep it going. $100 by 9 o'clock, and I think we're looking right on the money. Thank you guys again. Very, very much. 09 Canyon says, I don't care if you're fat, tall, or regular. Just stay out of my space that I paid for. Oh, and if you're flying with a lady, don't. If there's a window and a middle seat and you take the window, you're a fucking asshole. You really are an asshole. Let's go to our next one. We got, the Democrats are trying to win back men. Let's check in with that. Democrats had this big problem where they lost young men. Young people in general have been a Democratic demographic for years and years and years. And now Trump is, I believe, the first Republican since they started keeping track that did as well as he did amongst young voters. So now the Democrats are in a panic and they are trying everything, and they're They're not doing like a measure twice, cut once approach. They're doing like a scattershot panic. Let's do every fucking dumb thing we can think of kind of an idea. They've enlisted this Jabba the Hutt lady to talk to young people. I don't know how that's going to work. They put David Hogg in as the vice director or vice chairman of the Democratic National Committee. That lasted all of a month, and then he went on Bill Maher and looked like a dipshit, and they got rid of him. Then we found out that they're spending $20 million to find out how to talk to young men. Let's take a look and see how it's going. Their new attitude, according to MSNBC, is to win back young men, Democrats should turn to the gym. That's right. You got to go talk to the gym bros. You got to go talk to the guys with the kettlebells and the battle ropes and you got to go talk to guys like me while we're, sparring or working on a heavy bag. They don't do that. They figure they've already got the gay vote. So the gym is the play. That's the Democrats' latest idea. We got to get into those gyms. We got to stop courting 400-pound blue-haired women. We got to find some, in touch, in shape young people. That's what we got to go after. Well, that hasn't always been their strategy. Should we look back during the COVID era? Because I seem to remember the Democrats having a little bit different attitude toward the gym and gym-going Americans back during the pandemic. Pandemic fitness trends have gone extreme. Literally, this is also MSNBC. White supremacists' latest scheme to valorize violence and hypermasculinity has gone digital. So back in the pandemic days, MSNBC was saying, God damn, you wouldn't believe it. You know what these Nazis are doing now? Sit-ups. Sit-ups. They're keeping themselves in good shape. Boy, they must really hate Jews. And now today, fast forward to 2025, they're like, guys, I got news. Apparently, we got to go talk to the Nazis at the gym. Apparently, we got to convert them. We got to let them know that we're on their side. And we got to try and get their votes. It's a lot easier to get votes from people if you don't call them Nazis for a decade. It becomes less of a hill to climb, so to speak. Those are our Democrats. That's what they do best. Alienate people and then try to reel them back in. In 2022, Time Magazine also published an article on the white supremacist roots of exercise. That's right. If you want to be inclusive, you have to be like one of those really obese white girls we saw in the airplane video. I guess in fairness, they do have a lot of interracial relationships, so they must be doing, maybe there is less racism in getting fat. I don't know. The white supremacist origins of exercise and 6 other surprising facts about the history of U.S. physical fitness. That's right. If you want to look good, if you don't want to run up the healthcare costs in this country and the health insurance premiums, and you want to try and live a little longer for your children, you must really hate black people. Body dysmorphia in boys and men can fuel muscle obsession, doctors say. That's not true. I disagree with the Washington Post. The obsession with guys to get overly muscular is very simply them denying their lust for cock. That's all that is. You see a guy at the gym and he's just jacked to the gills, and more than likely that's a gay guy. I saw a guy, I talked about this a couple years ago at the gym. There was this guy who was wearing a tank top. He was walking around the gym, and he was wearing a steroid billboard on his back, loaded with back. I've never seen like awful back knee before, like steroid acne. Oh my God, this guy looked worse than Snitsky in the old WWE. He was just covered in the shit. And it's like, that guy's laying on benches with his fucking zits. It's sweating with the zits on the benches and the machines and everything else. It's like, just nuke the fucking equipment from orbit when that guy's done. Getting in shape is going to make you a right-wing jerk. That's from The Guardian. I remember Zoe Williams. She's written a lot of retarded shit. She says, getting fit is great, but it could turn you into a right-wing jerk. Well, the more you exercise, the more you do start to believe in personal responsibility, whether you're in shape or out of shape. If you exercise, you're like, oh, I realize that if I exercise and I eat better, I'm healthier. I realize that if I don't eat better and I still exercise, I feel shittier. You get a sense of personal responsibility, which tends to be a right-wing trait. So apparently, if you go work out a lot, you're just going to turn into a Nazi douche. 2017 Vice article, gym bros more likely to be right-wing assholes, science confirms. God damn. Fascism's insidious new mutation. How gym bro influencers, the alt-right pipeline, and Netflix's viral show Adolescence are connected. And that was just from this year. So now the Democrats have decided, hey, these guys we've been calling Nazis for the last decade? Let's go talk to them and see if they'd be interested in supporting us. I don't see this turning out well for the Democrats. This person, Mike Benz, said after 10 years of telling everyone the gym makes you a far-right white supremacist, fascist asshole, the Democrats are now trying to get in on gym culture. I don't think it's going to work out. Personally, I don't think it's going to work out, but I'm pulling for you, Rube. How do these people manage to keep shooting themselves in the dick so bad? Every time it's just, hey, you know what we should do? It's like, oh, guys, hey, everyone wait. The Democrats have an idea. And like, you're going to love this one. Here's our idea. We should try to not call people Nazis all the time. What? Really? Yeah, it turns out it might have been a big mistake for us to call people Nazis for just trying to get in decent shape. Oh, do you think they're going to support you? Oh, totally. They'll forget about it. Good luck. Because that's what somebody sitting in the gym wants. They want somebody with a fucking clipboard walking up to them going, do you care about the environment? Or is it just not a thing for you? Zen Man with $5. By the way, speaking of Zen Man and many others, keep an eye on your mailboxes because today, tomorrow, and Friday, those VIP packages should start getting to you. I did get 2 notices that they're holding 2 of the 12 orders for us getting caught up on VIPs. So if by this weekend you don't see your VIP package, let me know because we are working on, they might have, the address, I might have written it down weird or something like that, but they are holding a couple. Zen Man with $5 says, every time I see some dumb fat fucks make their videos, I can't help but think of this. All right, let's go take a look at that. 185 away from today's goal. Guys, just keep those 5s coming, and we'll knock this thing out in no time. Keep it moving. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. We're guys are doing great today. We haven't really done any gold talk at all, which I absolutely love. Keep that going. All right, what does Zen Man Build think about when he's thinking about fat people? I remember this scene. This is a good one. Am I an asshole because I never finished The Sopranos? I didn't tap out. I didn't keep watching it. The Steve Buscemi season is where I'm stuck.
I think it's time for you to start to seriously consider salads.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? I mean, get off my car before you flip it over, you fat fuck.
People, as time goes on, people are going to not realize how much of an impact The Sopranos had on the way we talk to each other. Like, that show really did change a lot of the culture, and I don't think it gets enough respect. Actually, the reason TV shows are like fucking movies now is because of The Sopranos. Without The Sopranos, you never get Game of Thrones. Without The Sopranos, you never get Oz might have been on around the same time. But, I don't think you get shows like The Wire, Deadwood, a lot of these shows or Dexter, like a lot of these shows that became popular in the 2000s were because The Sopranos existed. They came first. And you wouldn't get Always Sunny in Philadelphia if it wasn't for Seinfeld and Curb Your Enthusiasm. And and by the way, the people who write Always Sunny in Philadelphia, Mac and Dennis, they even say, like, we huge Curb fans, huge Seinfeld fans. We were heavily influenced by Larry David. Let's go to, Honky says Oz was before. The Wire is far superior to The Sopranos. I thought that Oz was before. Okay, but it really is The Sopranos that started that whole, like, cinematic quality to episodic TV shows. Sam Show says, fucking Italians. Ooh, look at me boiling tomatoes for 12 hours. It totally makes it taste better. Ooh. Uh-oh. I know that you guineas aren't going to like that, but he ain't wrong. I mean, wops do get a little weird with their cooking. Like they overcomplicate the simple. Like, tomato sauce, he's right. Like, let's boil it for 12 hours. Shut the fuck up. It's not going to make that much of a difference. Like, you need to learn the time you're investing versus what you're getting out of it. South Park and Sopranos, 2 best shows ever made. And look, I love South Park, but I'm going to say that Sopranos had a bigger impact on the direction of entertainment. King Kong Dong says, leave my olive oil loving self out of this. Look, it's Sam Show who fucking hates the eye ties. Dead Game says, hey, oh, the gravy. And look, stop with the gravy. It's sauce. Sauce is fine. Gravy is gravy. Sauce is sauce. Don't be fucking... It really... I don't like our politics has become Italian. It's just a lot of mouth-breathing retards thinking they're the smart guys. That's Italians. Let's go to Hobo Chili Recipe. See, we're getting testy now. He says, and you Krauts get testy when somebody says they won't replace us. Sorry, somebody's got to stand up for our skin color, boys. Sorry that the Germans have to be the South African blacks of white people. Kill de boa, kill de fama. I'm sorry that that's got to be our role, to be the angry, yelly, look out for these guys, people. And what do? You sell us down the river every time. We're trying to help. Snigger Niggardly says, Family Guy is the best series ever made. And yes, that's me and my profile pic. No. Do you know how much money you owe this program for that take? Ugh. I'm going to hang out in the chat for a little bit because we have a culture war going on, and I fucking love those. 185 away from today's goal. Keep it going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. You guys have had another one of those days, man, where you are just on a roll. Let it be known at 825, I think you guys are on a roll. But we're starting to fade a little. Continue on. You're doing great. Approachable writes, sauce is vegetable-based. Gravy is meat-based. What the fuck is tomato sauce? Ugh. It's tomatoes. Oh, but I put in the sausages and with the tomato. Doesn't matter. It's not gravy. I'm going to, you know what? This is making me mad. I know that he's not expecting my phone call, but I'm calling that stupid wop. And I'm just going to tell him. I just need to confront a guinea right now. And I know one who hopefully is up. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to hook up to the board here. Go into my messages. Where is this guinea douche? There we go. And I'm going to call up and yell at him real quick. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Thank you, guys. Wake up, you lazy fucking germ of a white person. It's 9:30 where you live. You fucking greasy-haired bag of shit. Answer the phone. 9:30. 9:30.
Your call.
Here. Wake up. I need... Hold on. I'll send it in the group chat. That way one of them will get it. Wake up. I need to yell at a WAP. There we go. MSO says 2:30. Yeah, pretend we're at 2:30. That's what we ought to do. 185 away from today. Thank you guys very, very much. All right, let's do this Florida story. Oh, a Florida cop. That's right. I forgot about this one. This story is actually kind of based. I've been looking forward all morning to this one. I forgot about it. A cop in Florida. He wasn't with a prostitute. He didn't get caught with a prostitute. He wasn't busted in one of those cop on cop sting operations. A Florida cop got drunk, brought a woman to his apartment to fuck, and then found out she had a dick. It went poorly. I've got the story for you here, and then I've got the update to the story for you here. This is a debate. Like, when they talk about trans rights and trans people, like, did you know that sometimes a trans woman will go to a bar and she'll meet a guy and then she'll get assaulted? It's like, no, that's not the whole story. She'll meet a guy at a bar. They'll go home. They'll start fucking around. He'll find a cock that the woman did not tell him about. And then all of a sudden he'll go ape shit and he'll beat the dude up for not disclosing the whole dick part. That's not necessarily anti-trans violence. That's, holy shit, you just almost tricked me into doing some gay stuff. It's on a different level. But let's check out this story from Florida. Do you think that this guy's fucking around? I don't think so. This guy runs away from anything gay. Somebody asks him, like, hey, you want to play a board game? And he flips it over and goes, board games are for queers. Flips the damn thing over.
Place of residence.
Okay.
And that's it.
And what happened inside?
Nothing.
So you guys didn't argue?
We didn't argue.
You just stated that you did.
I just kicked her out.
This is the moment Daniel Chala, Miami-Dade.
I mean, I got to be honest with you. He didn't misgender her, and that he deserves something for that. I mean, she pulled out a cock in the middle of their about-to-be lovemaking session, and yeah, he may have put hands on her, but he didn't call her he. He kept, proper pronouns. He doesn't get any credit for that whatsoever. And I love how the cops are like, what happened? And he's got his arms raised like, nothing. I ain't gay. I like dick. I'm like, well, sir, nobody's accusing you of liking dick. Nothing happened. Sir, that's fine. What happened? I kicked her out.
County deputy of more than 30 years is questioned by police at his apartment after a night out at 11.
Why did you kick her out?
Because I didn't care for her.
Why didn't you?
Sir, come on, sir. Tell us the whole truth. I didn't care for her. This is where you can make it really uncomfortable as a cop. You can go, what do you mean you didn't care for her? She just wasn't, she wasn't for me. I don't understand. You liked her at the club. You brought her to your apartment. Why did things change? I didn't, change my mind. Sir, do you have any idea why? She's got a dick, all right? She's got a dick, and I didn't know she had a dick. I'm feeling a little weird and vulnerable about it right now, and I'd rather not be discussing this.
Did you care for her?
Because I didn't like her.
Okay. Did something happen inside that made you not like her?
Yeah, her dick got hard. That's what happened that made me not like her. She got a boner, officer.
No violence whatsoever.
Chala denies being violent to his guest. The records show he went home with a woman who accused him of wrapping his arm around her neck tightly and refusing to let her go. The woman, who eventually ran out to get help, records show was seen by witnesses bleeding from the mouth and with marks.
Represented at all times that she was a woman, when in fact she was a man, meaning that she still had male anatomy.
Uh-oh. Well, I mean, look. I'm not saying that because you've got a dick, people get to beat the shit out of you. That's not where I'm going with this. However, you've got to understand human beings. You've got to know people, and you've got to protect yourself and keep yourself safe. I don't know what this deal is with the hiding the fact that you've got a dick. Like, if you're going to try and hook up with someone, they're not going to find out. What, are you just hoping they slip it in the wrong hole because they're too drunk to notice and go, this is good? No, and also, if that's what you want a guy to do to you, I got bad news for you. You're not a trans woman. You're just gay. Just go be gay. They've got bars for that too. But I mean, to trick these hapless bastards who get 3 sheets to the wind and all of a sudden the trans woman in the corner looks like, prime Megan Fox. You got to tell them in advance. You got to be like, I've got a dick. So at the bar, they can go, whoa, and just turn around and keep walking. But they don't want to lose the company. I think there's some of these people who have a dick, and the reason they don't say anything is they're like, I mean, maybe by the time I get back to their place, I'll turn them. You know? Maybe by the time this is all over, they'll be like, trans women ain't so bad. But in reality, what it is they're like, well, I don't want to tell them because then I'm going to lose them, and they're not going to hang out with me, and I might not get any. It just seems like such a losing proposition to like keep that a secret from someone, especially someone who's been drinking. They're all horned up as hell. They want to get pussy, and then they find a dick. Like there's going to be with some people, there's just going to be an instinct to go, boom. I mean, it's just going to be one of those things like, dick. They're just not used to it. Kind of like when a spider, like if you're just sitting there at a desk, you got your hand right here, and you feel something touch your hand, you go, spider. You just smack it, right? I didn't mean that spider any ill will. It just scared the shit out of me. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. A trans woman's penis is like a surprise spider. You just hit it.
Suzy Rivero Ayala, Chala's attorney, says the woman lied to the officer about her gender and he wanted her out.
You guys are like standing here like if I assaulted her. I did not assault her.
Chala was arrested.
Turn around.
She almost assaulted me. Did you see the size of that thing?
For allegedly battering and preventing the woman from leaving.
Because you seem intoxicated.
I am intoxicated, but the thing is that
the thing is on her. That's what it sounds like.
The thing is that I never assaulted her.
But today, about a month after this arrest, prosecutors cleared Chala of any crimes. The state attorney's office.
Hey! Look at that. His charges were dropped. He got to punch a trans person in the face for having a cock, and he gets to go about his business.
Office tells NBC6 after numerous attempts to get the victim to cooperate, she refused to assist with the investigation.
This person came in under false pretenses, and my client escorted this person out.
And the deputy's attorney tells me he was on paid leave, but it's unclear what will happen now since the case is officially closed. We did reach out to the sheriff's office about that, but we haven't heard back yet.
I don't think we know if that guy has a dick. But anyway, I do think that should be some sort of like SA crime. I don't know if that's considered extreme or what, but I think there should be some kind of a charge, because if you're a guy, the thing you're consenting to has been misrepresented. Like, women, they're trying to talk about like if women get too drunk and they regret it the next day, they should be able to remove consent retroactively. Well, if that's the case, then men, if they agree to go home with a woman and have sex and then they find out the person has a penis and they didn't disclose that, that's traumatic. Like that, you can laugh at that all you want, but that's traumatic for a heterosexual dude. And that should be something you should be allowed to press charges for. That shouldn't be okay. Look at Sam Show Loves Black Men loving the Steel Toe Show today. Says, good to hear you not talk about all the drama bullshit. Just doing a regular show like you used to. Well, we do shows like this 3 to 4 times a week. Really, we only bring up any of that shit when we get mentioned. And also because it's so easy to just kind of poke at those guys and set them off. And then I can understand where you would say, okay, Aaron, but it's kind of a cycle because you poke them like Melton or Nick or Carl, and then they lose their shit. And then they talk about you more, so then you poke them, and then I can see where I maybe feed into that loop. I got you. But you got to, like watching other people chimp out while you're just grinning ear to ear. You can't win any bigger than that, so you get kind of addicted to it. I can understand where it's a little self-indulgent, though. You are correct. And also, like, Aaron, you've won. You can stop banging the drum. I understand that. Well, here's another thing. 185 away from today's goal. Send a message that this kind of show is the show you want. And do two things. Throw us a couple of bucks or hit that thumbs up button. Oh, my God. Like, we get over 100 likes during a show, but I see shows with less views than us, and they got way more likes than that. So whether you're on Rumble, whether you're on Streamlabs, whether you're on Kick, whether you're on YouTube, whether you're on Facebook, wherever you're watching right now, I want all 700 of you or whatever to hit that thumbs up. Get us a bunch of likes because it helps in the algorithm. It helps get the show out there. We appreciate that. And if you want to throw us a shitload of money or just like $5, we can knock this thing out. Call it another win for the toe. We're 185 away. We got about 2 hours left. Let's do it. Tilt says, I just hit the button. See? Wasn't difficult at all, was it? Keep going. Hit the thumbs up. Hit the whole deal. All right, we're going to do this real quick. This Idubbz thing, I'm kind of fascinated by. I have never seen someone create their own downfall. I mean, sometimes shit happens to famous people. Shit happens to successful media personalities, and then they don't handle it well, and that continues to lead to their downfall. But in the case of Idubbz, this is 1,000, and this is crazy. It's 1,000% self-created. It's 1,000% self-inflicted wounds. So if you don't know, Idubbz did one of my favorite things on YouTube. It was called Content Cop. And he just basically bashed the shit out of people, right? And they were very funny. Idubbz was basically a successful Carl. Like if Carl was funny and could do funny bits and good shows on people, and he wasn't just as big of the lol cow as the people he covers, it would have been Content Cop. Content Cop was a very good thing. Well, Idubbz, and people have their own theories on what happened here. Some people, they're not very charitable to Idubbz, and they say that he got with this Anissa. He got this girlfriend, Samson, the most powerful king, they get brought down by a woman or whatever. I don't know if it's that. I think Idubbz got older. I think Idubbz got wealthy. I think Idubbz wanted to try other shit. The real unfortunate thing I'm lucky that I came from radio, because your radio audience, as you see with the audience that still supports us financially every day and allows us to do this show. I appreciate it's so amazing. They're loyal. You become their habit. You become the thing they go to, and they're like, this is part of my routine, right? And I'm so glad that I have that bond with my audience. The internet is so much different. I noticed that I have a lot of my 10-year OGs that stick around, they watch the show, whatever. But then on the internet, you'll get fans who are massive fans for like 6 months or a year. They'll move on, they'll find something else, and then more cycle in and more cycle out. That's just kind of how it goes because you have so many choices. What happened with Idubbz is that his fans wanted a particular thing. And then he stopped doing that particular thing, thinking that his audience loved him, the personality, and that they would follow him to do whatever he wanted to do next. Problem was they weren't really in love with him as a personality. They just wanted him to do Content Cop. So, like the Rolling Stones do rock and roll, and then all of a sudden, like 1982 comes around, and the Rolling Stones go, all right, we want to do Vuvuzela music. We want to do stuff with like old Aborigine instruments. And their fans go, no, we're not going to follow you there. That's not what we like about you. Or we could go with a less extreme example. Don't make Saint Anger. So Idubbz decides to go away from this Content Cop thing. His fans don't follow him. Then as a double whammy, he has this girlfriend who thinks he ought to be a little more PC, and she starts giving him advice, and she starts telling him how to do things, and then she gets an OnlyFans. Now, a lot of Idubbz fans thought that, having a girlfriend or a wife who does OnlyFans and gets a little sexual for strangers on the internet is something that old Idubbz would have made fun of. And he would have. And you should. Your girlfriend or your wife should not have an OnlyFans. It's disrespectful. It's like you shouldn't be around like half-naked women going gaga. Guys, girls shouldn't be showing their pussy to guys and them going gaga. It's not okay. It's disrespectful of the relationship. So Idubbz starts getting shit about it from his audience. And instead of laughing along and going with it and cuck, whatever, he tries to push back. And then he starts attacking these people. Alienates his entire audience. Well, then he comes up with this idea. I'm going to do a documentary on Sam Hyde. Sam Hyde's one of my favorite guys. I'll totally admit, I love Sam Hyde. Tries to do this documentary on Sam Hyde, but he clearly comes into it with an agenda. I'm going to expose this right-wing comedian. I'm going to get Sam Hyde. So Sam Hyde does this brilliant thing where he hires people to pretend to be his girlfriend and be a drug addict, pretends to have this security, rents out this old dingy dentist's office to make it look like it's his studios, and has all of his staff act like retards. Idubbz completely falls for it. At the end of the whole thing, Sam Hyde reveals it to him. Idubbz isn't even going to put the thing out. So Sam Hyde goes, all right, we'll put our version out. Just because we spent $15,000 on it. It's been a year. Idubbz isn't releasing this thing. So Idubbz has to do damage control because Sam Hyde made him look like a stupid asshole. Well, that becomes another hit. So then this creator clash thing takes off, this influencer boxing. And it does really well. But he banned Sam Hyde from the event, even though Sam trained one of his main event fighters, Harley Morenstein from Epic Mealtime, and it becomes more known for the controversy than the boxing. Creator Clash 2 comes around. Froggy Fresh wants to go train with Sam Hyde. Idubbz's wife throws a fucking fit over the whole thing. Oh, by the way, he took his wife's last name. Think about that what you will. Idubbz's husband, Anissa, she lays the hammer down and says, get that Froggy Fresh guy out of here. He made an OnlyFans joke and he's training with Sam Hyde. So they kick him out. Creator Clash 2 is a fucking disaster. It loses hundreds of thousands of dollars. So then a year later, Idubbz decides to come back again. He brings back Content Cop. Yes, we're all excited for Idubbz to bring back Content Cop. And he picks as his target Ethan Klein from H3. Now, I like Ethan. I think Ethan does a good job. I think he's a little bit of a weirdo, but for the grace of God, go I. So he attacks Ethan and he makes it like an Israel-Palestine thing. All of it, and he does it to kind of promote Creator Clash. Well, now Creator Clash is tied to Israel-Palestine. So Harley Morenstein goes, I'm fucking out of here. Couple other fighters decide to drop out. Tickets aren't selling. Idubbz becomes so toxic to the brand he created that he has to bail. He has to leave Creator Clash. And they have to cancel the event, postpone it for later. Well, and you could trace. So a lot of the people who say, well, he married this woman and she destroyed everything. No, this dipshit made a lot of his own choices. So now, as we catch you up to the present, Idubbz now has to divest from Creator Clash. And we're finding out a lot about the money situation from Creator Clash. We're finding out that this fucking guy was taking 34% of the profits from Creator. Now, Creator Clash was supposed to be for charity. It was supposed to be a charity event. But now we're finding out from all of these different influencers who were part of it, like Harley Morenstein, they were throwing big lavish parties for all the fighters. Now, when you have a charity event, every dime you spend is a dime that you're not giving to charity. And remember, Creator Clash 2 cost $250,000 more than they thought. They lost $250,000. Charity didn't get any money. So they're throwing these big lavish parties, renting out entire hotels. That's got to cost at least $100,000. They have for the fighters, and this is like, as a boxer, this fucking annoys the shit out of me. They had trauma counseling sessions for the fighters after the fight. Dude, I still spar multiple times a week. You get hit in the head, you spar with other people. It's fun, it's a good time, you're done, you go home. These guys do like 3 2-minute rounds and they need to go to fucking trauma sessions. If you need to go to a trauma session because you got in one 3-round fight, You need to not pick up boxing gloves ever again in your fucking life. You should probably just live in a baby crib. So they spend a shitload of money on that. Now that one, probably stupid Anissa's idea. So now Idubbz makes this video yesterday, and he makes this grand reveal that he was taking 34% of the profits from Creator Clash. That's money not going to charity.
But the main controversy, I would say, is that it was revealed with the change of ownership that Anissa and I, because we're 1/3 ownership of Creator Clash, the business, that we were getting 34% of the profit share. We weren't anticipating this event doing well.
That's a great attitude. We put on this event. We didn't think it would go well at all. So they made a couple $100,000 on the first one, and they took that money, and instead of going, well, we'll just put on the same event next year that we did this year, they tried to make it bigger. They threw more parties. They got more, latter-day Roman Empire, and they got a little over their skis. And that money that they spent on that is money that didn't get to go to charity.
We wanted to do well enough to pay back the investors, of course. So that's one of the reasons that we were, okay with the profit share thing. But another part of it as well is that the contract wasn't structured in a way that the profit share could just directly go to charity. It was told to us, you could just donate your portion of the profit share to charity.
Did you? I got serious questions because the way you spent like a drunken sailor on the second one leads me to believe that not all of that 34% got to charity. And by the way, we learned this with those fake body cam photos that Nick put out. Whenever people go out of their way to make big videos to explain to you how they didn't rip people off or trick them or lie, what do we know about this? They're usually ripping people off, tricking, or lying. They're trying to fix a narrative. That's probably accurate. So when he sits there and goes, well, we didn't know that we couldn't just go directly to the charity and blah, 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 blah. The minute you start doing shit like this, you got to shut off the camera and never post this video. You could have just shut your mouth. People would have read this on paper and they would have went, that's a business arrangement they had. And they'd have moved on in 48 hours. Now you're going on and you're openly telling people, well, we took 34% of the profits, and then they said you can give the charity from that 34% instead of the profits automatically going to, you're over-explaining, and people are going to start to take that as we're fucking around here.
After the event. So we were like, okay, fine. Now, I know some people will find it hard to believe that Anissa and I were just going to give our portion of the profit share to charity.
You're right. I don't believe that you did. I don't think you gave all of that 34% from the first one to charity.
There's nothing I could really say to, I think, convince them otherwise. It was
that, by the way, that is a classic liar's tactic. Well, there's nothing I can do that would convince you otherwise. Dude, if you're telling the truth, here's what you do. I know a lot of people are saying I did this. Here's what I did. You don't try to manipulate people by going, believe what you want, or, it's probably not going to be enough to convince anybody. You go, nope, I didn't do that. Here's, didn't happen. And then if you're telling the truth, you're confident enough to just let people believe whatever they think is most believable. But if you've got to use weaselly manipulative words like, this is the truth, but I know it's not going to convince anyone, you're lying. You know how I know that? I've done that before. Always when you get caught lying.
It was up to our discretion.
It's like when a girl catches you cheating and you go, oh, what are you going to believe, them, or are you going to believe the person who loves you and cares about you? It's like, you fucking scumbag. Knock it off.
And at the end of the day.
Someone says, you mean you didn't want to be Aaron Anderson in 2021? No. Except I could go, Mr. Anderson. No, only for the pro wrestling.
Okay? And if you don't believe us, I can't say anything that'll change your mind.
Well, then shut the fuck up, because this ain't helping. This sounds manipulative. So that if you were a big Idubbz fan during the Content Cop era, I've got to tell you, if you've been wondering where that guy went, I have news. He's fucking dead. Wildcard with 199 says, when are you going to put up another radio show? Sunday. So last Sunday, I put up a members-only radio show. This Sunday, I'm going to put up another members-only radio show, and then our members-only stream is going to be tomorrow after the morning show. 383 Novocaine with $2 says Aaron going for an afternoon snack. Oh, boy. 185 away from today's goal. Well, guys, it happened. We've stagnated. Rally up. It's been a fucking awesome morning. You guys have been crushing it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We're back to perfect. I'd like to stay there. You guys have done unbelievable work today, but let's get this thing hammered out. 185 away. I hate when we get to this part. Burnside becoming a member for 7 months. Thank you for your support. He says, you spent lunch with your mom in the cafeteria. My mom didn't work at the school that I went to. I don't hate the joke. I don't hate the joke, but yeah, my mom and I didn't go. She taught at She was the food service director at Roseville area schools. I went to Mounds View public schools. All right, this is Wild Card saying that this is me going for an afternoon snack. Let's check it out. Wait a minute. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's an elephant. I don't think that's me.
An elephant caused a commotion and
See, that's an elephant. That's not me. So we can put that to rest right now. That was not me in Thailand looking for snacks. It's an elephant. I'm a little upset that you thought that was the case.
Grocery store in Thailand when he strolled in from a nearby national park and brazenly helped himself to some snacks. The shopkeeper could do little.
What does an 800-pound elephant eat in a convenience store? Whatever it wants, waka waka.
But yell as the elephant devoured 9 bags of sweet rice crackers, a sandwich and some bananas. The elephant had been known to enter people's homes in search of food, but this was the first time he'd gone into a store. After about 10 minutes, hastily summoned rangers managed to shoo him safely out of the shop. As farmers push into...
They really are kind of like, in a way, for their size, chicken shit animals. Because, they could have smacked around. They could have taken their front foot and just smacked around any of those convenience store workers, but they just go, oh, sorry. No, I'm leaving. Sorry. Oh, man, they could take over the world if they knew the power they had.
To forests for agriculture, elephants have been forced to venture out of their shrinking habitats in search of food, leading to confrontations that can turn deadly. Fortunately, this elephant left little damage behind, apart from some untidy shelves and an unpaid bill.
An unpaid bill, get it? Because he didn't pay for the snacks that he had. Wonderful. Aces. But no, that was not me getting a snack. That you were confused. Red Scoper says, that's Aaron. I just said it's not. I don't understand the confusion here. I really don't. Bapa Shab says he was a better customer than George Floyd. Look, no. George Floyd tried to pay with a fake 20. This elephant didn't even try to pay. Good luck putting your knee on his neck, though. Ain't going to happen. All right, guys, we got a lot of stuff to do today. Greta Thunberg is going to fix the Middle East. Who's not excited about that? I've got one link that I just clicked on. My only comment on it was, I hate her. Oh, it's Bonnie Blue. By the way, did you know Bonnie Blue is in her 20s? Oh, my God. I mean, the most shot out. I think they said she's 25. The most shot out, run through, dicked up 25-year-old I've ever seen. Anyway, hate her fucking guts. We'll get to that a little later. I don't appreciate Anderson Cooper shitting on MyPillows, especially with probably the loose asshole that he's got. But anyway, we've got a lot of show left to do, and I'd really love to do it for you. So let's knock out that $185 that we've got left. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's get it done. Let's call it another win for the toe. Let's make some cash and keep this show going and keeping it perfect. We can't rely on the evening show all the time. Let's talk about our friends at All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, our friends at All Care Towing are there to pick you up, whether you got anything from motorcycles to heavy-duty equipment. They've got the trucks and wreckers to take care of you. So no matter what the reason is, you need assistance, you need help on the roadside or at home, you need All Care Towing, and man, Tim and his team are fast. That's 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Nobody better than Midland. Of course, Midland Armory with a great selection of knives, optics, parts, and gear, and the kind of protection you need for carry, home protection, out in public protection, or sports shooting and hunting. It's Midland Armory in downtown Foley. They're also the Suppressor Kings. You need anything suppressor related, you need Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Contact Derek and Tracy today. Also, remember, while tomorrow may be bike night at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, they've got their Ride for Heroes coming up this Saturday, benefiting the Rockville Fire Department. It's going to be a motorcycle and side-by-side run with 10:30 registration, 12 p.m. ride, and it's $20 per person. That includes food after the ride, free camping, and a street dance with live music by Hollywood Boulevard. That is the Ride for Heroes, Saturday, June 7th at Stoney's Bar, benefiting the Rockville Fire Department. 10:30 registration, noon ride. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Go and join them. Always a good time to be had at Stoney's. All right, off we go. We've got a lot of stories to get to. We got a lot of money we've got to make still. I did get news from the Guinea that he is awake and able to be yelled at. We got to solve this. We got to solve this stupid gravy thing. The Italians are so goddamn. I mean, Jesus Christ, monkey balls with the gravy. He texted me. He said I'm up. So if we don't get an answer, I'm going to be. They're so stupid. They don't know how to hit buttons. They're like, how do I make the noise stop? And they just pound at it until something happens. What the fuck? He's not getting a third phone call today.
Your call has been forwarded.
He texts. He says, I'm up. I'm ready to go. Let's do this thing. And what do I get? Nothing. Go make some fucking ape gravy, you goddamn boot retard. I don't like Italians. I like Gino. I like Keanu, but I just, their people are, I'm tired of pretending we're all the same, you know? Tired of pretending we're all the same. Sam Show Loves Black Men says, I think Bonnie Blue said she's 25 or 26 and she looks 60. Yeah, I mean, it's frightening how blown out this chick is. I mean, dick does age you. That's why I look so young. So, guys, you're not going to believe this, but Greta Thunberg has decided to get off her stupid ass and fix the Israel-Gaza situation. Who would have thought? I mean, we've all been waiting for it ever since October 7th of 2023. We've all been going, God damn, where's Greta Thunberg? She could fix this whole thing. What are we doing here? Well, she got on her sailboat. She's going to sail to Gaza. She's going to fix the whole deal. Let's take a look. Look at that. There she is. She's got the Palestinian flag a-flying. Now, that seems a little biased. I mean, if we're trying to fix this thing. I can tell you as an American, supporting one group's flag over the other group's flag usually doesn't bode well for the peace process. But Greta Thunberg's going to take this shitty little sailboat. She's going to sail it to Gaza, and she's going to fix all of this stuff. And, you know, she probably could. If she starts lecturing Jews and Muslims on, like, the economy and the environment and shit, they'll probably all just, by the end of the day, team up just to make sure they never become her. They'll probably they'll start the peace process agreeing on one thing. This chick's got to go. A military helicopter is encircling the Freedom Flotilla's Madeleine. Urgent call to all international organizations and human rights groups to monitor the situation. Our attention is crucial for the safety of the mission. They're not circling your boat. It's not like a specific, oh my God, Greta Thunberg is in Gaza. We need to, because the Israelis are blockading Gaza. And it's not like the Israelis are like, oh, man, this chick is dangerous. We got to make sure she doesn't get here. No, what they're doing is they're encircling every craft that comes into that port. That's what a blockade is. Eaton Clam says, put Sean Penn and George Clooney on that boat and sink it. Greta Thunberg is a great example of what can happen when parents just put all of their horse shit on an autistic kid. Because they did. Like her parent, if you study, what is it? Actual steel toe fan. That's fucking gross, dude. I got to cut you loose. That's fucking disgusting, bro. I'm sorry that I've broken you the way you have, but that's just a bridge too far. Oh, my God. I mean, look, just because you support pedos and shit doesn't mean you got to try to, I got to make Aaron the same thing because that actually gets to me. Don't let me know I won so bad. So with the Greta Thunberg thing, what her parents did to her was they were big-time hippies who were concerned with climate change and all these lefty causes. And they were like, hey, nobody's listening to us. Nobody's watching our videos complaining about the environment on Facebook. So what they did was they scared the shit out of their 14-year-old autistic child. And they told her, honey, the world's going to end. The world is burning down. These evil, bad corporations and these terrible Republicans are trying to set the planet on fire, honey, and there's not going to be a planet for you to inherit if you don't do something. So they pull her out of school. This little girl drops out of school, and she starts yelling and screaming and hollering about the environment. She ends up speaking at the UN because Democrats love using children as human shields. And now she's just being used as this mascot for every lefty cause because her parents fucking performed psychological warfare on her and have turned her into this shaking chihuahua of an activist. I'm sorry. It's almost not her fault, you know? And I know people don't like hearing that, but when your parents throw this shit at you when you're very, very young, what chance do you have to fight it off? I mean, it doesn't make her not annoying. She's really fucking annoying. But her crazy retarded hippie parents went, honey, you're going to fucking die if you don't do something. He's like, oh my God, what are we going to do? Now she's fucking around on her sailboat going to some of the most dangerous places on earth. Why? Because lefties need a young person so they can hide behind him and go, don't you attack us. Are you against the youth? Holy shit. Bigot on socialist media says, I think she's funny. She doesn't annoy me. Sometimes I think of when she comes up in the news, I think of what could Greta Thunberg have been if her parents hadn't fucked her up the way they did. Hey guys, I'll tell you what I need right now. We need to start rallying. Otherwise it's going to be, I really don't want it to be one of those kind of shows. I really don't. I'm a broken record every day, and I really hope that you guys can end this broken record stuff. Got off to a great start today. We were way ahead in the 7 o'clock hour. Get this 185 down. Let's knock this down. $100 by 9:30. I would really appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. You say you don't like, you like that it's not a drama thing today. We're doing the show. Point me in the right direction. Knock out that goal. We're back to, it was a tough slog yesterday to get back to perfect. We got to count on the morning show, the bigger audience, to handle things. I mean, the evening show bailed out Monday, and I really appreciate that. Now's the time for you guys to do your part, and I really appreciate you doing it. Let's start throwing in just a little bit at a time. Let's get that 180 knocked down. You know what $5 or $10 does. So let's all do it and call it another win for the toe. So that we don't have to spend our time in between. I want to spend the time in between these stories in the chat fucking around with you guys. That's a lot of fun. But we got to make our money. We got to keep things moving here. So Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's bring the anxiety down a little bit. Let's go on a nice $50 to $100 rally. And we're right back on track again. Thanks, guys. Danny Polachuk made another fucking banger. One thing that Danny's very good at is that he can rile up both sides of any debate. Like he did the Jew song or whatever it was, the updated Hanukkah song, the parody of Adam Sandler's song. And it was a song made by a Jew. And the people who don't like Jews were like, yeah, fuck yeah, Danny, you ruled. And the meta part being, you're cheering on a Jew, which is hilarious. And then the people who, like to cry anti-Semitism and everything were like, this white supremacist Republican piece of shit, not knowing they're attacking a Jewish guy. One thing that Danny Polachuk has really been able to do well is satirize the Israel-Gaza stuff. It's equal parts shitting on Gaza, shitting on Israel. But one thing he does really well is point out how stupid American liberal women are when it comes to their support of Islamic terror groups. I get so sick of watching people be anti-Hamas, so they have to be pro-Israel, or they hate Israel, so they have to be pro-Hamas. It is so embarrassing. Danny made a great video yesterday, released it. As far as I know, it's going very well. So let's go on a rally on this program right now, pretty please, and let's see Danny's latest work, satirizing the lovely liberal women of the West.
My name's Siraj Hashmi, and I'm the head of the U.S. chapter of Hamas. And today I'm making this video because I just want to say thank you to all the women in this country who have been supporting our cause. Hamas is an incredibly misunderstood organization.
Of course, right? I love how, like, people who are against, like, what the hardcore Muslim regimes do to, like, gays and stuff like that, I love how they try to, because they hate Israel so much, they try to pretend that Hamas doesn't do those same things. You ain't gonna have it well if you're gay or trans in Palestinian Hamas-controlled territories. Spoiler alert, it's gonna be uncomfortable.
With our key objectives being reclaiming our land, the right to self-determination, and then eventually eradicating all Jews worldwide.
It's really that last one that makes me go, I don't know if this is the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I don't really consider Israel my enemy. I just don't want to see America like handcuff ourselves to Israel so much. So I don't really know if I can follow the Hamas code here.
Most people in the West don't even realize that Hamas is actually an acronym that stands for Homosexual Accepted Multi-Ethnic Allied Solidarity.
Now, I don't mean to ruin the bit here, but I have a feeling that's not really what Hamas stands for. But when we're trying to lure in liberal women, I understand. You gotta pander.
You don't need a brain to support us. I mean, supporting us is a real no-brainer. That's what I meant to say. If it wasn't for all the
English is probably a second language, in fairness.
Women in this country marching every weekend for our cause, we'd probably have to return all the hostages and surrender. Speaking of hostages, we want to thank you ladies for your absolute relentlessness in tearing down the posters of the Israeli hostages that we currently hold. The Jews...
That's absolutely true. So people in America put up posters of the hostages that were taken on October 7th and have been in captivity for over a year. And fucking screaming liberal protesters will just rip them right down. That's sweet.
Put them up and you tear them down. And from the videos we've seen, it's almost 100% women doing the tough work of tearing down these hostage posters. We know that many people in this country find your behavior tasteless and un-American. But you only do so because women in this country have not suffered any consequences for their actions in a very long time. You women understand something that most normal people don't. Specifically, that Jews are white and Palestinians are less white.
That really is what it boils down to. It's funny that like the far left and the far right, like they end up like horseshoeing together. And it's like the far left will be like, the Jews are out of control. And the far right's like, yes, finally. Yeah, you're on our side. Yeah, and those Jews are white. And the far right's like, whoa, 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 whoa. It's not ixnay on the ite way. That's not... We're not down with that classification. Thank you very much.
Therefore, Jews equal bad and Palestinians equal good. It's really that simple and requires no further interrogation.
Sure.
I also want to thank all the ladies who are currently calling for intifada as well. Your chants are catchy, and you know in your hearts that intifada is merely a non-violent civil uprising. Sure, the last intifada was violent and bloody, but that was mostly due to some miscommunications, but we can assure you that the next one will be peaceful.
It is funny, like all the Jews, all the Muslims like war words towards Jews. you always have leftists bending over backwards, go, no, actually, in this interpretation, it means something peaceful. And I'm like, you might want to go tell the Muslims that. I don't think they read that interpretation. It's like the liberals go to like the third definition down in the dictionary, and you're like, no. They're using this one. They're not looking at the one you're looking at. You know, they go, oh, well, jihad just means an internal struggle. And like, they're externalizing this one quite a bit. Like, oh, intifada means peaceful. Yeah, but aloha means hello and goodbye. So I think there's a little confusion as to which one they mean.
Lastly, and most importantly, Hamas would like to thank all you ladies who are sticking up for us in refuting the claims that any women were raped on October 7th or since.
They're talking to women like Hassan Piker on that one. That was really gross when Hassan was being interviewed, or when he was debating Ethan Klein. And that, by the way, that debate was just like two catty bitches trying to out-cat each other. But like when Hassan Piker was denying that any women were raped on October 7th, that was really uncomfortable to watch.
We know this must be very difficult for you, considering only a few short years ago, all of you ladies were blindly chanting, "Believe all women." It takes a truly impressive amount of intellect and consistency, and here at Hamas USA, we are very, very optimistic about the future of this country. So remember, Hamas is just a scrappy group of freedom fighters pushing back against oppression. And if you don't agree with us, you're kind of racist.
Oh, shit. God damn it. You know, that's what sucks. That's why people feel the need to pick a side on this Israel-Palestine thing, because no matter what, you're getting called racist. Like, if you don't support Israel's right to just bomb the living dog shit out of everything, well, you're anti-Semitic. And then if you don't believe in the Palestinians' right to, like, hide weapons in hospitals so they can encourage the Israelis to bomb them so they look like the bad guy and they can use it as PR, if you're like, hey, that's kind of psychotic too, well, then you hate Muslims. It's really hard to have the position of, like, neither of these guys are good. Let's just put the fucking guns down and let's cut the bullshit. And I really hope the United States doesn't get, like, openly, actively involved on one side versus the other, because it's that middle ground. Anytime you try to be the moderate in anything, that's where you're going to catch the most bullets. That's for sure. All right, we are bone dry and empty during that segment. You know what? I'm starting to think that maybe I come out of the gate hot, like I'm firing on all cylinders when we start the show, and then somehow I lose it as the show goes on. $5 from Grand Poobah says, like, yeah, crusade means to take up the cross. But when I say it, it means we're taking the Holy Land by the sword. Yeah, it's like, hey, crusade, that just means taking the cross. Well, it meant taking the cross and taking back the Holy Land. And if any muzzies get in your way, cut their throats out. I mean, there was a little more implied with crusade. 180 away from today's goal. Thank you. Let that $5 super chat be the start of a rally, because, guys, we were off to such a great start, and now we're in that familiar position where we need a rally. So help us out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. I'd love to stop and hang out in the chat, but there ain't no money in the chat, and I got to keep dancing and performing so you guys can help us hit that goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Pretty please, with cherries on top, help us hit this so I don't sound like an asshole for the next hour and a half. Let's go to the Bonnie Blue clip we have. Are you ready to feel sick? You know, I think Bonnie Blue is a great barometer. I think she actually has cultural value. And the cultural value that Bonnie Blue has, if you don't know who Bonnie Blue is, she's the woman who's always trying to sleep with 100 guys in a day, 500 guys in a day, 1,000 guys in a day. You know how bad that shit reeks after, like, the second or third guy? Oh, my God. I mean, if pussies, if they're taking multiple dicks at a time, like if a woman's got a roster going, if you don't scrub and clean the shit out of that thing, it's going to fucking reek, because all those dicks are throwing off the pH balance. So either Bonnie Blue is being run through an industrial douche car wash every day, or she's fucking reeking like a Mohican. I mean, it's really, really bad down there. So Bonnie Blue was being interviewed, and the audacity of the woman interviewing her to be like, isn't it fucking gross, like, what you're doing? Which should really be the first question anybody asks Bonnie Blue. Like, do you have no shame? Are you like a complete pig person? And Bonnie Blue, like, cannot even comprehend how that could even be possible. People ask her this question, and she responds to it like she's shocked anyone would even think of it. Let's go ahead and watch these clips of this Bonnie Blue interview, and if you don't hate her by the end of this, I'm going to go ahead and say that you're part of what's wrong with America. So she gets dicked down by all these guys. She's got rotten, smelly crotch afterwards, and she puts it up on OnlyFans. And people subscribe, and they buy it, and she becomes a millionaire, and hopefully not pregnant. But here she is, Bonnie Blue, being interviewed on her whoredom.
Penises into one.
Penises! Hey, that's the first thing we hear.
Allowing 1,000 penises into one vagina in 12 hours is disgusting.
But the more you talk about it, the more it turns me on.
See, this is where I think she was either molested or she's fucked up psychologically in some form, because that's a cope. That's not someone being honest. That's someone trying to project a character. That's someone trying to, like, she's protecting herself from how gross she knows this is. I think Bonnie Blue knows that this has gotten away from her. And so when this woman comes to her with something reasonable, you know, a lot of people, when they're caught, you know, they'll put their guard up and they'll double down, even though they know that that's not the correct answer. So, like, Bonnie Blue has been outed, and everybody thinks she's fucking disgusting and she's a complete sleaze, right? So when this woman goes, hey, 1,000 penises in... Wait, you got 1.5. I don't know what that means. Anyway, when you take 1,000 penises in 12 hours, that's really disgusting. And Bonnie Blue's, oh, the more you talk about it, the more it turns me on. She knows she can't come back from hoe. So she's got to double, triple, quadruple down on hoe and pretend that, oh my God, I love this. Nobody loves this. Nobody thinks this is good. It is monkeypox level amounts of dick. So she's got to do this thing where she goes, the more you talk about it, the more it turns me on. How about the fact that you've gone so far down Ho Boulevard, there's no U-turn coming, so you've got to put the pedal to the floor and act like an even bigger degenerate. Ugh.
You'd fuck an old man.
Oh yeah, of course I would. Old men deserve sex. I mean, the wife might be dead. I don't discriminate whether you're married, 18 or 80. I'll take anybody.
It's great. I really hope her dad's dead. I really hope she doesn't have living parents. And again, by the way, I want to point out, this woman is in her 20s. She's in her 20s. So if you don't think the amount of dick you take has a physical impact on the aging process, I present Exhibit A.
Out of the 1,000 men, there was a lot of barely legal boys.
Mm-hmm.
Do you not have a problem with the fact that they're literally borderline underage?
No, because they're 18.
But they're still children.
Yeah, but they're 18.
Like, I think she's just a factory of nope. I think she's a nope factory. I think if you give her a position, if you give her something where it's like, hey, you think you could ease up on this? She's like, no, I'm a double down machine. I have to say the most disgusting, perverted, get people to hate me thing there is. That's all she's got left.
I'd happily take someone like on their 18th birthday. Like, no problem.
How old
because
are
they're
you?
18, 25.
She's 25 years old.
Like, no problem.
How old
because
are
they're
you?
18, 25.
That's a 25-year-old woman. Gals, I'm telling you, it takes something out of you. Not that I would know. I have no idea.
My nephew's 18. He's still a child.
I'll send him to me then.
Fuck you. Like, honestly, that's shit you can get hit for. That woman should be able to reach across that table, grab her by the collar, and slap her in the mouth for talking like that. There's no consequences for these hoes. Look, man, the worse this gets, the more you're getting Salem back. I'm sorry. The Inquisition is coming. There has to be a great holy reconciling for this. If there is a God, there is thus a balance. we will take up God's will on earth. I'm telling you. And I'm not a religious guy. But this shit needs to be corrected. And if you don't back off and go, wow, I've gone crazy whore, and you don't back it off and you start influencing other people to do this, it's going to get bad. Like, whatever the pushback is on this, like people who are tired of their 18-year-olds being talked into having sex by OnlyFans hoes, you're going to get angry parents, angry family members, and they're just going to start, doing Indian street justice on people.
Hopefully I'll find him in my queue one day. It's hard work being a slut. Like, I've earned the title.
So you enjoy it?
It's literally the easiest thing you can do. You lay on your back. Being a slut is easy. Stop pretending there's anything, effort given in your work.
Being called a slut.
Mm-hmm.
So do you condone cheating?
Yeah.
And if you had a daughter and she said, Mommy, I want to be just like you.
Yeah.
And you'd be happy and you'd watch your daughter just f everyone.
Yeah.
Again, like, people are going to get burned at the stake, and I think I'm going to end up being fine with it. Like, hey, it's going to be a cleansing fire. Bro, you want Gilead? This is how you get Gilead. You want the Handmaid's Tale? You got Bonnie Blue's going to bring it to you. They're just going to be like, hey, you guys had enough of these whores? Like, yeah. All right, we're gonna start by just drowning a few of them, see if they float. I'm like, all right, cool. And that's going to be like, all right, did you like that? Like, yeah, it's going to be like Sharknado. It's just like, we didn't think this idea would take off, but it is, so we're just going to do 10 more of them.
I will raise my daughter to be independent and to follow her dreams. If that is to 1,000 people, I'll be there with a banner supporting her the whole way.
Can we rip out her ovaries today? Like, can we get an appointment? I know that English healthcare is very slow, but can we make an emergency appointment and get her to the front of the line and perform an emergency hysterectomy? Not for her, for us, for the human race, to protect us from her. As they drag her in to perform the hysterectomy, she's doing the Christian Bale in Batman Begins. She's like, I don't need protection from them. No, protection from you. And then just go in there with an ice cream scooper and take it all out.
Like, I love the idea that I don't know who's going to be inside of me. There was times I was in doggy and I'd turn around and I would have no idea who's in the back of me. And I love that.
Great. Can't even feel it. Just blow it all out. It's all... I'm an amusement park, for God's sake. Oh, God, I shouldn't have said that as me. Easy Money's wife with $9.99. Thank you, guys. A few more of those, and we've got ourselves a win for the toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants.
That's disgusting. You're a pretty girl. You could have gone into modeling. You could have gone into acting. You could have been like an influencer.
It's also very hard to get into that.
But so is fucking people.
Not really.
So is fucking people. Yeah, you could have tried to be a model. You could have struggled for a little while. It's like, I'd rather make $1 million for not being able to tell who's in doggy.
Really? Like, I love that, and that's what I've got passion about.
If that's really your thing that you get off on,
yeah,
you just go and do it in private.
Well, I don't need to do it in private. I'm proud of it.
Yeah, but
it's like going, oh, I've done an amazing piece of art, but I should hide it away.
But it's not, because doing art and becoming a cum bucket is two completely different things.
Oh, wow. Good for this lady. I like her. She's just confronting the whole, like, all you have to do, if Bonnie Blue's going to be proud of all this, just keep breaking her down. Because inside, she's psychologically busted. And in order to fix her, you're going to have to get to that, reveal it, and expose it to the world. You know? You got to find that nerve. You got to pinch it. You got to bring it to the surface. You got to show it to everybody. You got to expose it to air. And then she can start to rebuild. She's like, no. Art and being a cum bucket are two completely different things.
Yeah. I feel empowered when I'm disrespected by over 1,000 men. Like,
great. So you're, I'd like to classify that for you. You're fucked up.
I have to remind them, spit on me, slap me, choke me, pull my hair, because they're too polite to me.
And then I want them to just leave because I've got another 830 to go.
What you're doing is so damaging to women as a woman.
Yeah.
Oh, women find everything to complain about.
Not
They'll
really.
cry about anything.
Yeah, you got to find everything to complain about. Look, there's a difference between complaining about men getting paid more for sports and saying that, hey, you being the biggest slut who ever walked the face of the earth is really not making the rest of us look good. Like one of those things, we can talk about economics, we can have a debate. The other one's pretty straightforward.
Everything nowadays.
You're sitting on a pussy pillow right now because it's too swollen.
So your family support what you do?
Super supportive.
So they don't like you?
No, they're super supportive.
But they don't like you.
Sorry, should I sit here and cry?
I don't want you to cry.
Yes. Yes. You have no idea how cleansing and productive that would be if you sat there and cried, because it would show that you've grown. You're learning something.
It's not. It's not about crying. You don't need to sit and cry that you fucked 1,000 guys. But there's a thing called shame, and we should probably bring that back.
Yes, I like this chick. She's based, man. I don't know who this interview is, but I like her.
I don't really see why people judge it.
Well,
Really?
they are judging you, yeah, because it is discussing what you're doing. But that's just a fact. Again, it's not a judgment. I'm not.
No, that's your
it's
opinion.
Not my opinion. No, that's a
Opinion
fact.
and facts are very different.
Yeah, exactly. My opinion is that I think you're actually a really pretty girl. My fact is that you are a whore. You are a prostitute. That's a fact.
Yes, I love this chick. Oh, man, she should be interviewing politicians. She's great. How do you not love her? Oh, my God. Thank you very much to Zen Man Builds with $5. He says Bonnie Blue in a few years. We got to knock down another 10 off of today's 170 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. We're getting there. We're getting there, guys. We've only got an hour left, though, so we really need to rally up. $170 away. We just got back to perfect last night. Come on, morning crowd. Don't let me down. Keep this thing going. 170 away from staying perfect. We need you for today and tomorrow. That's it. Just those last 2 goals. Don't put any more on the evening show's plate. They've already done so much. Help them out. Help them out. 170 away from knocking out today's.
Good looking.
All right. So this is robot chicken clip. This is Bonnie Blue in a few years.
Come on. Tommy Lee is rich, good looking. Couldn't have been that bad.
Like he gave me hepatitis C. I only have 5 years to live.
You gonna show me those boobs?
F you, Howard. I'm dying.
The band pinned their comeback.
I really don't think Bonnie Blue's going to be on Howard's. That Howard's gone. That Howard's dead. You know, honestly, this is where we actually could have used Howard Stern being the old Howard. Like if Bonnie Blue would have gone on the old Howard Stern show, she would have been shamed to death. Like we would, if you're going to argue against the fact that we need to bring back shame in the United States, all we need to do is show you Bonnie Blue. I mean, not her work, just like an interview with her, like explain to you what she does and then show you one Bonnie Blue interview. And then when we do that and you take a look at it, you can go, oh, you know what? Maybe we have been lacking in the shame department. Just a little bit. Maybe we need to bring back shame just a little more because this ain't working out. Speaking of not working out, 170 is the number. We kind of need a nonstop rally here of small drop-ins for the next hour. So do what you can. We'd appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, let's see if we can yell. I want to get this gravy guinea wop shit straightened out, and it looks like we might have a guinea that can do it. A wop that can do it. Here we go.
Hello.
I called Gino twice. He didn't answer.
We are walking out the door to. He's driving me to meet my friend because we're driving to Buffalo.
Okay.
Or else he would have. Yeah.
Buffalo.
But
Okay.
I'll be in the car with him momentarily. What's up?
Okay, this is real quick. We got talking about Italians today, and I got really fucking annoyed by something.
Okay.
Stop with the fucking gravy. Like, it's not gravy. Like, Gino calls it gravy, doesn't he? Aren't one of you gravy people?
Oh, no. We do not call it gravy in our family.
Oh, I thought you did. I thought that's why I called Gino. I thought he was a gravy guy.
Oh, no, he thinks it's abhorrent when you call it gravy.
Oh, good. Okay, well, I was yelling at the wrong guineas. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Not Michael Lee, not me, not Gino, no, none of us.
Okay.
Do you call it gravy? Tell us.
No, let me point something out. The only people that say that they call it gravy are, we talked about this yesterday, and we're walking by kids, I won't say it loud, like, if you eat pussy, you're gay. No, that's just a guy that doesn't want to do it. So he wants you to feel insecure because he is.
I don't know how he made that connection.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, why are we shitting on black dudes now?
See, I like this back and forth. It's simply anyone that says it's gravy, they're trying to prove to you that they're Italian.
Yeah.
Whereas I'm more comfortable walking around the wife beater and fucking, flip flops than anything because that's how I am.
Right.
I fucking hate when they call. My mom says gavadils, and they're cavatelli. I'm sorry, that's ridiculous.
And what is? Oh, I can't think of the word that fucking Steve Conti always uses. Like a gavone. Oh, he's a gavone. No one says that.
No.
I just kind of I thought maybe you were used to Steve Conti calling you a fanook.
A fanook. Yeah.
He does, but only in private places.
Look, that's really all I had. I also want to say I can tell that Gino and myself and Keanu and myself not hating each other is really driving some people insane because I'm seeing a lot of people writing their fan fiction and going, they're going to turn on each other in any second. Honestly, I think some of these people, I think their sanity dam is about to break. And I don't even think we're trying to do that.
No, we're just sitting here cooling our heels and they're just wondering, oh God, I'll get you for this.
It's another byproduct of the Dabbleverse because they don't realize that when people know each other in real life, this is what goes on. And I've said it countless times. The only thing I got mad at you for was what you did, and you admitted what you did when you were telling the truth. And now we're friends, and we're always going to bust each other's balls about it.
Yeah,
They won't understand that because they're like, oh, what are we going to tweet about this? Die queers.
Well, they live. Well, that's your tweets. They live in a perpetual state of needing hostility. Like they need anger, and when it doesn't exist, they just kind of have to make it. I will say this. I find it adorable. I was watching some clip yesterday, and I never saw this part of the Keanu fight, but I saw they were going like, you and Aaron, you just say mean shit about April, blah, blah. I'm like, are you guys really doing this on Patrick Melton's channel, who made it his mission for over a year and a half to run her off the internet?
Oh, are you kidding? Dedicated his life to belittling and harassing her for fucking years.
Yeah.
You've got to be fucking kidding me. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
I get a kick out of it because I go, well, she is my ex-wife. She did go through phone records to try and rat me out and damage me.
For more than that is understandable.
Right. She spied on me, and then she publicly accused me of abuse and then privately took it back. Like, I'm allowed to, for the rest of my life, while I don't wish bad things on her, I'm allowed to not like that person.
Or Moody's like, I don't have friends that share nudes with people. Cut to Patrick's like, I put your nudes all over the internet.
Right.
I tweeted them on Twitter. I tweeted them. I'm like, are you serious? Yeah. How make it make fucking sense. How they're so pearl-clutchingly appalled with your situation. And Patrick just sits there and goes, yeah, well, I shared your nudes on Twitter, so what? Fuck you.
Right. I sent a consensually taken picture to one person. If sending nudes out makes you a bad person, Patrick Melton, by revenge porn standards, is thousands of times the revenge pornographer that I am.
1,000 times more, exactly. Yeah. What a fucking loser.
And when he knowingly, and I always say when he knowingly goes, oh, no, you reported me, so you took it down. And he knows anyone can report it, but he's like, no. And Keanu is so, and this is why it's like they're gaslighting her, but Keanu doesn't even notice. He's like, what are you talking about? No, we're talking about your stupid friend Nick that you're trying to monetize after he shit on the fucking woman you allegedly love. And you use all these, you shredded her privacy, none of that happened, fucking drug addict.
It is. I will say this. I'm not a good person, and I do enjoy watching their desperation in real time.
It has been really fun to watch. That's for sure.
Real quick before I let you guys go, Gino, your Phillies only a half game out of first place.
They were in first place, and they got swept by the Brewers.
Ew. Ew. I can't say.
How are my Braves, darling?
The Braves, they just banded as a team.
No,
right?
they're great.
Your Braves are not doing so hot. 27 and 32.
Sorry, you know what? You don't believe.
10
Forget
games.
it. You're dead to me again.
10
Goodbye.
games. Boy, that didn't take long. The internet was right.
They're turning on the turn.
The turn.
They're turning on the toe. All right, bye, guys.
Oh, I'm doing a stream from the road to Buffalo, by the way, this afternoon with my friend Amy. She's got huge boobs, if your audience likes that.
There you go, guys.
Anyway.
Tits in the afternoon. Go check it out on Keanu's channel.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. There we go. All right, so it turns out they're not gravy people. Fuck me, I got it wrong, I guess. Shit. J-Rock with $1. Thank you very much. Approachable with $1 says, old Six Flags Aaron minus the L in flags. Oh, that's a gay slur. Let's see what he's got. Just blow it all out. It's all... I'm an amusement park, for God's sake. No, that's not... I wasn't talking about me. I was talking about Bonnie Blue. But just blow it all out. It's all... I'm an amusement park, for God's sake. Oh. That's not what I was not talking about myself. Everybody who was watching the show knows that I was not talking about myself in that moment. I was talking about somebody else. Bapa Shab says 0 cut. I mean, it's remarkably out of context, but Sam Show says you said it so casually. I said it casually because I wasn't talking about me. You're not going to believe it. I'm wasting my breath, aren't I? I'm wasting my breath. All right, 170 away from today, guys. Make it respectable. I think we're probably going to have to lean on the evening show again. I don't know. Make it respectable. Let's see what we can do. 170 away from today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. I'm having way too much fun today. The morning show's just not hitting. What are you going to do? I hope you guys can prove me wrong. Throw in a couple of bucks. Let's see if we can get a win. 250 makes you a new VIP since we're all caught up on the VIPs. Who knows? Maybe we can get a Hail Mary out of this one. Anderson Cooper, I got to stand up for a fellow Minnesotan here real quick. Mike Lindell, the creator of MyPillow and crusader against voting machines. Mike, say what you want about Mike Lindell, and we've made fun of him, and Mike Lindell from MyPillow. But there aren't many people, and you can say that his take on the voting machines and the election all that was retarded, and he should have dropped it a long time ago. But there aren't many people who have the courage of their convictions to go down in a fiery heap the way Mike Lindell did. I mean, you cannot question the fact, whether he's misled, wrong, whatever. You cannot question the fact that Mike Lindell 1,000% believes in the shit he says. Because Mike Lindell cost himself potentially hundreds of millions of dollars, not only in lawsuits, but in people not buying his products, people not supporting his company. The courage of his convictions on that 2020 election, he spent hundreds of millions of dollars just standing up for his right to say something. And look, even though I don't totally agree with everything Mike Lindell says, I do respect that part of it. The other thing I respect about Mike Lindell is that those MyPillow products are fucking great. Do you have a MyPillow? Do not shit talk MyPillow. Oh my God, they are so comfortable. Like when I was in Clearwater Beach, and SP and I would get in after a late night out, and we would lay down. It was just like we were both like, we should have brought the MyPillows. It's so different. It's just, man, yesterday I fell asleep. I wasn't home for a long time yesterday. I was with the kids and everything, and running stuff around, dropping things off at school, shit like that, going to the gym. When I got home, I had to do the evening show, and then I had to prep a morning show after, so it got a little late for me. I went upstairs, man. My head hit that MyPillow. Boom, out like a light. So you can shit on Mike Lindell all you want, sure. But that MyPillow, man, is that the real deal? So when I heard that Anderson Cooper, that trust fund baby, you know what, was shitting on, you can shit on Mike Lindell all you want, but you leave MyPillow out of it. We got a clip here from CNN of old Anderson trying to be a fucking smartass at one of the best sleep products ever made.
Those came up in Lindell's deposition.
And I'm not asking about the lumpy pillow calls.
No, they're not lumpy pillows. That's not what they call on. Okay? That when you say lumpy pillows, now you're an ass.
See, like, how do you not love this guy? Like, they're sitting here, and like, this is supposed to be about the voting machines lawsuit, right? And they're like, when they call about your lumpy pillows, he's like, you fucking leave my pillows out of this, you piece of shit. It's like they're talking about his family. Like, again, say what you want about Mike Lindell, but the man has the courage of his convictions. He stands by what he believes, and that you call his pillows lumpy, he's going to jump across that table and choke you the fuck out. Not only that, this is another great example of, like, people are always like, oh, why don't you sue for this? Or why don't you sue for that? Or why don't you... The reason people don't sue for shit is because there's all kinds of shit in discovery. You can ask for whatever you want. The depositions, they can take them wherever they want to, and it's time consuming, and you know, you might lose in the end. A lot of the reasons people don't sue is because of shit like this. It's just like, now they're talking about pillows and this, and again, it's not like, I object, this isn't pertinent to what we're doing. It's not criminal court. You can take this wherever you want to take it. All of the skeletons in your closet can be exposed. All of the demons, your family can be exposed to it. It's really, really nasty business.
Got that? You're an ass is what you are. No, he's an ass.
No,
he's an ambulance chasing ass.
I'm sorry, you're not going to get me to not side with Mike Lindell when he's calling some fucking civil attorney an ambulance-chasing asshole. Because he is indeed an ambulance-chasing asshole. And this is a giant fucking ambulance he's chasing. You think any of these people that are involved in this lawsuit really give a shit that Mike Lindell said what he said about the voting machines? No. All of the lawyers involved in this are like, ooh, guy who runs a giant fucking pillow company, lots of money in his pocket. Let me in. They don't give a shit about the morality of it.
Pillows even came up in jury selection.
One of the questions for the jury was if they had bought a MyPillow.
Right.
And some people had.
Mm-hmm. And they eliminated those. The others. Each side can.
That's how fucking good MyPillows are. That is how goddamn good. I'm calling MyPillow and I'm saying, hey, is there enough water under the bridge from, you know, our last little dust up we had? Bring us back aboard. We'll help you guys out. Because those MyPillows are so fucking good that people look at this guy and they're like, he saved my sleep habits. He rescued my night's sleep. This man is a king amongst mortals, a god amongst mortals. They have to kick the MyPillow owners off the jury because there ain't no way they're going to vote against this guy in anything after they got their MyPillow. Lumpy my aching ass.
Eliminate people.
This must be the first trial ever where the jury pool was selected based on what pillow they slept on.
Yeah, that's good.
That's how you know you've got good pillows. They can't even let people on the jury who have used your pillows.
And Anderson, Mike Lindell might take the stand here in court as soon as tomorrow. And look, this is his first time facing a jury. Many observers pointing out potentially his first time really facing real consequences for spreading election conspiracy theories.
But why? Here's what I don't understand. First Amendment right. Why don't you have a right to spread conspiracy theories on the election? Now, I understand he went after a very specific company, so then that company said, well, we're going to sue you and make you prove what you're saying. I mean, that's pretty ballsy. What if Mike Lindell's lawyers find evidence that they can present to this jury in the civil case that Mike Lindell had information that could lead a reasonable person to believe that maybe there was something fucking questionable going on here? I mean, this is a huge risk.
But Anderson, I know today's your birthday. We're going to try bring you back a MyPillow, but some people are saying they're pretty lumpy.
They're not. Fuck you. You can put them in the dryer and they'll be fine. Lumpy pillow. Who cares? He's just going to bite it anyway. Oh, you get too good to put bite marks in a MyPillow, you Louis Vuitton cunt. You fucking born with a silver spoon shoved up your asshole and you liked it guy. You make that fucking face in a MyPillow again. Make that face again.
I'm good. I'm good on my pillows.
Oh,
thank you.
Good on MyPillows. Have you ever heard my live reads for MyPillow where we clearly state that they're great for biting during anal entry? Wow. What a turn your nose up at the mic. This is why people don't like you lefties, by the way. You're smug for no reason. You got your nose up in the air, and you're just being catty and gay.
I appreciate it. On my pillows, not my pillows. I'm good with what I got. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Well, congratulations, Mr. fucking silk sheets. Some of us like our You can put a silk sheet on a MyPillow. There's no problem with putting a silk sheet on a MyPillow. I did this fucking nose up in the air, uppity attitude that Anderson's got. I don't like it. Dead Game says Lindell bought Dominion machines from Arizona. Well, can he prove that they can fuck him up? Can they prove? Did he buy a machine and then prove that the election can be fucked with a little bit? Atomic Ray says it is clear crackheads use the wrong words and phrases. Is Mike wrong? I mean, the paper went through the machine. Yeah, they got a crackhead a little emotional, and he lost himself for a little bit. I just love the idea that the guy was willing to cost himself hundreds of millions of dollars just to stand by his political opinion. And then in the deposition, if you attack his pillows and call him lumpy, he'll fucking go off on you. I love that. And I hope a jury loves that. I do. Hey, by the way, guys, 170 away from today's goal. We got about 45 minutes left. This ain't looking good. And, we just got back to perfect. I was really excited when I woke up this morning. So I really hope that you guys consider jumping in and helping out just a little bit. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Maybe somebody will come in and make a nice drop here. We were really on our way. We got to 180 in like the 7 o'clock hour, and we made like $10 in 2 hours. And it's been a real brutal slog these last couple of hours. Just a really good run at the beginning. Give us a chance to stay perfect. I know 170 in 45 minutes is a lot. Whatever you can do, I appreciate it. It's really a troubling trend for the morning show, too. Like, it really is. I mean, the numbers are still pretty good. We had over 1,000 people on Monday, so things are still looking good. But 2 out of 3 misses in a week, that's very rare for us. And it's not encouraging, that's for sure. I don't know what that means going forward, but let's start knocking those out. And let's start, it feels like they count less when I do it this way. So even if we knock it out, I've already kind of cheapened it a little bit. So if you guys could get in the habit of throwing in, 5-10s here and there, that would be great. Throwing in some memberships, a little, clicking that Streamlabs PayPal and Venmo link, buying something from the Streamlabs store. Let's get in there because I understand everybody hates when the last hour of the show turns into this. But I got no other choice when we're down 170. So couple of bucks here and there. You got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people checking out the show. Let's do it, huh? Let's make a move. More merch orders are being shipped by Streamlabs. Awesome. So those VIP packages are getting out there. What we need right now, though, is we need rallies. You don't like drama? We've stayed out of the drama today. But I feel like I have to do it. Last night we did drama, and we made a fuckload of money. So I'm telling you, I think the message I'm getting from the audience is, even though we bitch about it, even though we complain, maybe this is what we really want. Steer me in the right direction, I guess, is what I'm saying. There's a quote by people like Red Scoper who says, try keeping your show entertaining, money will flow. I got the most entertaining show there is. There's nobody better. I mean, it's a fucking hilarious show. It's just we're not a show. Our show came from the radio. We didn't come from the pay piggy internet world. So we, it's a little bit different crowd. And we have a smarter audience that doesn't just go, oh, they're talking about a guy that I'm obsessed about. Here's a bunch of money. It's a smarter audience. So I got to do more. I got to work harder for them. Even though I have the bigger audiences and the better show, sometimes it doesn't always translate. So and sorry, Red Scoper, to beat you up, but just to clarify that one, because that's a common cope amongst the anti-steel toe crowd. So throw in a couple. Let's stop this horse shit, because I hate doing it. It is less of a show when we have to do it, but we need to rally up. Chris Cuomo and Tim Dillon got in a fight over Hunter Biden. I had a lot of hope for Chris Cuomo when he left CNN. He really started to seem like he was a little based. Like, he started shitting on the COVID regulations. He's like, look, when I was at CNN, I said a lot of shit about COVID that wasn't very nice. I don't believe all of that stuff, and now I can finally speak my mind. But it seems like the last couple of times we've checked in on old Cuomo, he's been going back to the run protection for the left kind of a thing. Now, when he was talking to Tim Dillon, he defended Hunter Biden. Now, remember, Hunter Biden was like making business deals on behalf of his father, using his father as leverage, creating deals with like China and Ukraine and like countries when Biden became president, we ended up giving hundreds of billions of taxpayer dollars to. And it looked really sus. And while he was doing it, he was smoking crack in hotel rooms with Ukrainian hookers. So he's just like a complete all the way crooked degenerate. Chris Cuomo is going to deny that and say that Hunter Biden was, quote, a typical addict. Wow. A typical you know what? I can't wait to hear this shit, and I can't wait to hear how Tim Dillon responds. PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Guys, please throw something at the show. This is a bummer today. We're taking a real hard L after really starting off. I was really encouraged today. It's too bad.
Write 3 books on how what happened to him with Russia Gate or whatever you want to call it was wrong. What was the first thing he did when he got in power? He went after Biden for being a Ukrainian-Russian plant.
He was. He went after Biden for being a Ukrainian-Russian plant. I mean, look, just because that's what he did when he got into office, that doesn't mean he didn't do it. It doesn't mean it's wrong. I mean, yeah, it should be disconcerting, but we're so polarized politically, it should bother people that our president might have been on the take from a foreign power that ended up getting hundreds of billions of dollars of our tax money and that armament companies made a fortune on. That should be something that worries us that we want to look into. Doesn't matter what party you're part of.
The first thing he did was go after Biden and his son, weaponizing a guy's addiction. I don't know how much you know.
He didn't weaponize an addiction. He wasn't like, Hunter Biden smokes crack, let's attack him for it. No, it was the thing Hunter Biden was doing while he was smoking crack. I mean, first of all, he's a father. He shouldn't be smoking crack, but really shouldn't be smoking crack ever, but he was making crooked deals on behalf of his father that the United States were promising to pay back in taxpayer funds. I mean, that's not typical addict behavior, Chris. And this sounds like a lot of fucking gatekeeping for the lefties, which you said you weren't going to do anymore.
Know about that world, but unfortunately,
I was an addict for many years. From when I started doing cocaine at 12 and I stopped at 25.
Holy shit. A 12-year-old on cocaine? I didn't know Tim Dillon was from Spicer.
And I never ended up in the Ukraine, and I never took a photo of everything I did and put it on a laptop.
But you know
and then
very
dropped
well,
it off at Circuit City.
But you know very well that Hunter Biden is a typical drug-addled person.
I know.
I'm not saying that he didn't do business
drug-addled
deals.
people. Very few of them ended up in the Ukraine, and I mean, their dads are the vice president.
It's not about why he wasn't in the Ukraine.
It's a unique life. Let's say that.
But
it's a unique life.
You would have
a typical addict. Chris Cuomo, go walk down Skid Row. You know, Go walk down some of these homeless encampments. You'll see what a typical addict is. I don't think Hunter Biden qualifies. I don't think Hunter Biden, those typical addicts, they all end up in foreign countries negotiating multi-billion-dollar business deals that somehow find their way into the pockets of, the future president and all of his family members that he then has to pardon later. Typical crackhead stuff. I mean, shit, Tim, that's just what crackheads be doing all the time. Just making business deals, using their father's name to corrupt the country and raid the treasury, crackhead stuff. It was crack too, wasn't it? It wasn't just cocaine. Hunter boy loved his Jimmy Crack Corn. Look at that. Dub says behind bars for over 5 years. Bet if I did what Hunter did, I would. Oh my God. Dub, that message you just wrote looks like the state of our goal right now. It's just $170 miss. That's a message. That's a message, and I need to figure out what that message is. It might be that this whole morning show experiment is in a lot of trouble because we missed by $100 on Monday. We squeaked it out yesterday by screaming for money, and we're short by 170. I'm not going to put this 170 on the evening show. I'm really not. I can't do that to them. They've been so crazy fucking supportive of this show. I might just eat that 170 and just hope for the best. 383 Novocaine with $2. Guys, we're going to need a lot of movement. Please, if you could, knock out this 170, 5-10 at a time, just a few of you. I'd really appreciate it. This is a bad L. This is, if you hate Steel Toe and you're going to celebrate today, you should absolutely celebrate because this is a bad one. I have no problem with the anti-Steel Toe. If we end up if it's a half hour from now, we're 170 away, guys. Fucking do a dance, man. Do a dance. Thank you, 383 Novocaine, for the $2. I'll check that out later. But here, let's just play the thing. Oh, look, it's an elephant. Look, they're drowning. Why are we? Oh, he's pulling the helicopter down. They're trying to help you, you fucking asshole. Quit trying to do squats in the middle of a rescue attempt. Go ahead, throw in. I'll put the links in the chat. There they are. But we've made $10 in 2 hours, so I don't know if anything good's getting. And I'm sorry for if the quality of this last half hour is going to be dog shit, but I'm not too pumped about it. I'll be honest. Help us out if you can. I'm sorry that it's probably going to take this for me to make $1, but oof, today's a rough one. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's talk like the show isn't fucking imploding. Let's just play make-believe here. Post Malone is now, I know a lot of you guys give me shit because I liked Post Malone's country music album. I'm going to have to admit, and you should donate money for this because I'm about to admit something pretty big, and you guys have been laughing with the show today, and it's been a really good show, and we fucking bombed. We haven't even knocked out half of today's goal, I just noticed. We haven't even knocked out half yet. I can admit this, that the Post Malone country music thing, when it first happened, I said, well, Post is from Texas. Post grew up on country music. He's an all-in country music kind of guy. I'm starting to think that maybe this Post Malone country thing, and before you say, well, no shit, just remember this is very difficult for me to do. I think this Post Malone country music thing might have been a giant money grift. I do. I believe it could have been. Oh, buddy! What? I do. He's now building one of these new bar. But it's not like a bar. He's gonna build one of these giant booze and music complexes in Nashville, and this is the new commercial thing that country music artists are doing. You know how rappers have vodka? Like a rapper's like, oh, I'm gonna get a new vodka. Now what country stars are doing is they're building these giant palace bars on Broadway in Nashville and opening these big, like almost resort style multi-level bars. Like Eric Church has one. I think Toby Keith had one. Morgan Wallen or somebody like that is either has one or is getting one. Kid Rock has one. And now Post Malone's going to build one. And it bums me out because I'm watching what's happening to Nashville. And if you've ever been there, it's kind of like what's happened in Las Vegas in our time. Like it went from this cool place with interesting spots and, you could go to the Stage and you could go to Legends and you would go to these small like dive bars that like Waylon Jennings used to play at. And now those are slowly disappearing and these big glitzy money grabs to these pop country artists are going up. And man, I'll be honest with you, it really fucking sucks. It really, really sucks. Because like, I want Post Malone to be a real country guy. I want Post Malone to be like, he's down. He's like, he's a Nashville boy, but now like he's building a multi-level complex. And it's like, oh, you just like, I'm starting to think like the pop music and the hip hop and all that stuff, like that well had run dry. He'd monetize that audience for all it was worth. And he's like, I know, I'll pull a Hootie and I'll go country. Now I'll give a lot of credit to Hootie. You don't see Hootie building a bunch of bars or anything else. He just straight up made country music. He went the Opry route. But now my boy Post Malone, as much as I like him, we're building the big. He's opening a massive entertainment space in Nashville. See, they're not opening bars anymore. It's entertainment spaces. The country music superstar dropped the news Tuesday, revealing he's partnered with premier hospitality brand TC Restaurant Group to open a 26,000 square foot venue in the city's Lower Broadway district. This place isn't just a bar and a big dance floor. You know what, though? I like just a bar and a big dance floor. That's when I went there for my first honeymoon. That's what I loved about Nashville. It was an Alabama song come to life. And now they're just going to build these big, giant fucking tourist traps, just like Las Vegas has done. Las Vegas is now, it's not cool Las Vegas anymore. It's just giant testaments to corporations, and it's fucking gay. When it's open, it'll boast 3 stages, 6 bars, a full-service dining room, and a rooftop area where patrons can enjoy the city view. And hopefully, unlike Morgan Wallen, not just chuck chairs off the roof. Post says, we've created a space where everyone can come together and kick some ass. Nashville has really become a second home for me, so I can't wait to invite y'all over to my house. But he claims that like I'm a big Keith Whitley, Waylon Jennings, Johnny Cash kind of, he says that. And then he opens this space that Keith Whitley and Waylon Jennings wouldn't be caught dead in. I hate this. Like they really are. They're changing it up. They're changing Nashville right in front of your eyes. He's partnering with the group that manages Jason Aldean's Kitchen and Rooftop Bar, Luke Bryan's 32 Bridge, Miranda Lambert's Casa Rosa. See, they're taking down all of the little shitholes that Waylon and Willie used to play in and put the jar out for money. And they're opening up, yay, we can have a 3-stage bar where only big acts play. Well, the really cool thing about Nashville was that nobodies would play at the stage. It wouldn't cost the bar anything. New country music artists could just go there and work shit out, and they'd put a jar on the stage. They all played for tips. And now it's like Kid Rock's got a bar, Luke Bryan, Jason Aldean, everybody's got a bar, and they're going to bring in big names. And it's like, no, fuck that. That's not what it was about. So we're kind of watching it die right in front of our eyes. It really sucks. Somebody says Jelly Roll has a bar in Nashville. Sam Show letting me know his name isn't even Hootie, you racist. Ed Harlow writes, breaking news, the entertainment industry is only in it for the money. Guys, you might notice that I'm going into the chat and I'm smiling a bit. Flinty Gecko just bailed us out. 170 from fucking Flinty. Flinty, if you're not a VIP already, I think that's worth a VIP. Send me your contact info. I'm going to send you some of the new merch. I'm going to send you either the new hoodie or another win for the toe t-shirt, or if your wife wants or girlfriend wants a cropped hoodie from the store, we can do that too. Give him an Elon for the 170, an Elon and an Olbermann.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
And another merch order is shipped. Thank you very much. An Olbermann for it too.
Are afraid.
And for those of you who thought we were heading for a record-setting steel toe L, Flinty Gecko saved us. We are so unworthy.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
As it's another win for the toe. There we go. I feel like I should do a members-only show, but only for Flinty Gecko. So let's update the standings. Flinty Gecko is now in first with 170. Steven is in second with a hundo. Gray Duckling is in third with 70. And Miss Tay is in fourth at 60. So earlier in the week, the girls were in the top 5. All of the top 5 were females. Now the guys have just made these big drops, and they've pushed all the girls out. Unbelievable. We've got Bappa Shab says, hey, he's not even a blowfish. Well, he was never the blowfish. The band was the blowfish. So you got to take that up with them. 09 Canyon says Darius Rucker's country music is pretty good. I enjoy it. I still listen to it. I saw him at the Grand Ole Opry. I saw him perform. Jelly Roll ain't cool enough either. Yeah, I just don't think these, like, I'm not against these guys having bars. Like Toby Keith opened a chain of bars when he was at his peak. There was one in Minnesota. I don't mind that. You want to open a bar chain, people want to put your name on it, that's fine. I just feel like Broadway in Nashville should be like this sacrosanct thing where, yeah, I kind of sound like an old man. I guess what I'm saying is I don't think it should change. It should just stay the same. Chevy Fan says, what's next? Comedians opening comedy clubs? Yeah. Materialistic bastards. Root says, you don't have to have a few hits and think you don't get to have a few hits and think you're cool enough to open a fucking bar. Well, in fairness, you know these management companies are opening the bar and they're like, Post, can we put your name on it? And you show up every once in a while. I mean, that's kind of how it works. McBuster says Post Malone is the third island boy. Kind of looks like it, doesn't he? He does. Root says, yep, Nashville is becoming Little Israel. Fauci's Pangolin says 26,000 square feet. How will Melton and Aaron fit in there? Oh. Ed Harlow says they had a good blues bar downtown years ago. Don't know if it's still there. I was the only white guy in there. It's always kind of interesting. Did you put your wallet in your front pocket? You fucking racist. You fucking racist. Sam Show Loves Black Men says, yep, they're commercializing Nashville. It's nothing like it was. It's too bad. Chevy Fan says, we're watching you die currently. Nope. Flinty for the win. Flinty did it. Root says Buddy Guy has a bar. Legends. He's in there all the time. No faggotry whatsoever. Legends is one of the best bars on Broadway in Nashville. Legends and the Stage, if they're both still there. Really, Legends is Buddy Guy's bar? That makes a lot of sense. I loved that place. I can't wait to go back to Nashville. I just need people who want to go with me. You know, maybe Roots and I will go on a honeymoon after our rap battle at the anniversary show that we're doing. Oh, I haven't told the morning crowd about that. Too bad most of them are gone now. We're almost done. Maybe Roots, you and I will go on a honeymoon to Nashville. We'll go hang out with Buddy Guy. Buddy Guy. Red Scoper says, Aaron's sock account, Flinty Gecko. Yes, the fake dono from Flinty Gecko. Yeah, if you don't know, at the anniversary show, either in between comedic performances or before the comedy show or probably immediately after the comedy show, Roots Calhoun and I challenged him to a rap battle. I challenged him to a freestyle battle, and we're going to do it. I'm coming out of retirement. Crucifix is coming out of retirement to take on Roots Calhoun. I want to do it on a round-by-round basis. I want to see how many rounds I can go and keep up with Roots. Not beat him. Maybe I might steal one. I don't know. But I just want to see how many rounds I can go with old Roots, because I used to have freestyle battles with my buddy Dry Ice. I mean, a guy with a couple of albums out, and I could hold my own back in those days. We'll see if my skills are still sharp. But get your tickets to the anniversary party and the golf tournament. That's really shaping up. Thank you guys for picking up tickets already. Saturday, July 26th, Sunday, July 27th. The links are all pinned in the chat. There you go. Ed Harlow says, damn, thank you, Flinty. I was just getting ready to drop a 20. Well, you can still drop the 20. We'll put it towards tomorrow and have an easier time. You know how Steel Toe works. First hour of the show, we make like $150. And we're like, hey, it's going to be an easy one today. And then we make $5 the rest of the show. That's how it works. Let's go to Hobo says, it's funny that Pigeon Forge has a bunch of synagogues. Pigeon Forge, that's Dollywood, right? Root says, Eminem opened a restaurant called Mom's Spaghetti. I hear tell it's fucking wretched. Well, you know what it is, right? Like they basically rented out a part of like a convenience store or a bodega, and they just carved out a little part of the bodega, and it's in an alley, and you walk in the alley to order your spaghetti, and then they give it to you, and then they have like a couple tables outside. It's fucking putrid. It's really fucking terrible. I'm guessing what happened was there's so much available business real estate in Detroit that they just basically gave it to Eminem in the hopes that people would come down there. And whatever money it loses Eminem and his corporation every year, it's just negligible. So they just keep it open as a gimmick. I can't imagine. Well, then again, like spaghetti is not an expensive thing to make. Maybe the thing breaks even. I don't know. Let's go to Ed Harlow. He says, what happened to the harem that used to run the leaderboard? Yeah, the girls are falling off. It's 3 dudes now. It's Flinty, it's Steven, and it's Gray Duckling leading the way. Miss Tay still hanging in there for the girls at $60. Good for her. Maybe Crunchy will come in and knock all these guys around. I don't know. Let's go to, God damn, a lot of anti-Semitic shit over this Nashville thing. Jesus, guys. Sam Show says, Legends here is a gay bar. We have a Legends in St. Cloud. They just remodeled. The food's actually pretty decent. I got to say, I went there for a lunch date with SP a while back. Wasn't bad. Let's go to Hobo. He says, you know what, Roots? Let me do the freestyle. My old rap name used to be called Shark Cartilage. I really need that to be true. Chevy Fan says, 40-year-old men rap battling is gayer than eating cum. Root says, we have 2 months to figure this out. All right. Hobo says, I've heard you freestyle, Aaron. Can we call you Blag Afterthought? It's actually, you understand that's a very insulting, demeaning name for you to give me. Sam Show says, if you assholes don't start an N-word chant during the rap battle, you're all dead to me. Everybody from the 313, put your motherfucking hands up. We'll work it out. We'll have some. We need something for the Melton Knights to clutch their pearls to. Remember last year? Oh my God, speech words. You guys got to do something to trigger those retards. Imagine thinking it's owning someone by crying about racial slurs. Yeah, that really makes you look like a dude. Bappa Shab says, wait until Aaron does Prince karaoke in his mesh tank top. How do you know I won't do Dobie Gray? I was listening to some Dobie Gray. I was listening to some Van Morrison yesterday. All of it. I was bouncing around some Steve Miller Band. I went a little old school on the way to Zimmerman yesterday. All right, let's keep going. But by the way, another reason that people don't sue, all those depositions, you can involve pretty much anyone in a lawsuit. Like I said, a lawsuit can go anywhere. So Taylor Swift is now involved in this Blake Lively fucking Justin Baldoni, this crazy bullshit thing that she put out there because she was pissed about how a movie went. Like, she didn't get her way. Spoiled baby didn't get her way. By the way, this has ruined Blake Lively's reputation. People didn't hate Blake Lively before this. They either went, who's Blake Lively? Or they went, you know what? I like this Blake Lively. She's okay. Not anymore. People fucking hate her now because of this lawsuit. It looks like she basically picked on this director guy, this Justin Baldoni. She wanted a bunch of control of the movie that she was in that he was directing, and he basically told her no. So now she's like, oh, he was creepy towards me. Oh, he hit on me a bunch. Ryan Reynolds, my husband, protect me. So Ryan Reynolds got his wife's back. So this guy's like, now who? I think she sued, right? Grammy winner is done with Blake Lively after being dragged into her ongoing legal feud with Justin Baldoni. So Taylor Swift now got wrapped up in this. So now Taylor Swift has to do a deposition, and there's all kinds of PR. Like, Taylor Swift is one of the best people in the world. I just want to get one thing right here real quick. Justin Baldoni is suing Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds. He's suing for $400 million, claiming defamation. So Blake Lively's talked all this cash money shit, so now she's being sued by Justin Baldoni. And in defending herself, one of the ways you bog down a lawsuit is you just take the whole thing in 900 different directions, and it just gets so crazy that you just settle the damn thing. Well, with this Blake Lively Baldoni thing, Taylor Swift gets involved, and it was purely Blake Lively's decision to get Taylor Swift involved while she was trying to throw distractions all over the place. Now it looks like Taylor Swift doesn't want anything to do with this chick. I mean, I have never seen someone take a hatchet to their own career that this Blake Lively has. Because again, she could have just done the shitty movie. It didn't go her way. She didn't get the amount of control she wanted. Maybe the movie sucks. You move on, you do the next movie. I mean, she's married to Ryan Reynolds. Ryan Reynolds made a bunch of dog shit movies. Didn't he make that fucking terrible Green Lantern movie? He bounced back. He was fine. You make a stinker once in a while. Nope. Instead, she gets all bitchy. This guy ends up suing because she did run him through the mud. And now Taylor Swift is like, I ain't talking to this bitch anymore. She's fucking crazy. Taylor hasn't responded to any of Blake's pleas. She's ignored all of her groveling excuses. The missives explain that there must be a misunderstanding on Taylor's part and that she would never do anything to harm their 10 years of closeness and personal secrets. Yeah, because the thing about these civil suits is now when Taylor Swift goes for a deposition, they can ask her any question. They can go anywhere they want. They can pry into her personal life, and they can say, well, we need to know for our client's benefit. And yeah, if I was Taylor Swift, I'd be fucking furious about that. Totally. But I don't think she gives a shit. Like I don't think Blake Lively cares. I think that she's so determined to fight this lawsuit, and she's like in for a penny. She's got the, what do you call it? The sunk cost fallacy thing going on, where she's like, yeah, you know what? I'm in this far. I might as well keep fighting. Ryan Reynolds has got to pull out the checkbook, talk to this Justin Baldoni's lawyers, and just go, how much is it going to take for this to go away? Because it's not just hurting her reputation. It's hurting his, because he simped for his wife, as you're supposed to do. And it's costing him too. They look like assholes. They really do. They look like cunts. And it's all because she didn't get her way. Lively has had a huge schnoz, says Dead Game, but is good looking now. Hobo says everybody sucks in this story, especially the dirty Dago and Ryan Reynolds' whore wife. Hobo doesn't like it. Justin Baldoni. Well, I don't know. I think Justin Baldoni's going to get real rich off this one. Blake Lively may not have made him a lot of money in that movie, but she's going to make him a lot of money because of it. Root says, I'm going to throw Hobo in one of them 10,000 lakes, and he's going to sink like a fucking rock. Oh, shit. Roots is going to, you heard it here first, boys and girls. Roots is going to murder Hobo chili recipe in a lake in Minnesota. I hate to bum you out, buddy, but a lot of our quote-unquote lakes, here's the heartbreaking fact about the land of 10,000 lakes. In Minnesota, they count things that maybe where you live, you'd call ponds. they count them as lakes. They name them and they call them lakes. Like there's some that they call private lakes. A private lake is a lake that's not big enough to have a public boat landing, right? And that's called like the cabin. There's 2 lakes connected. The cabin my family is. There's 2 different lakes. One's a public one, one's a private lake. And they're connected by this little strip. And and both lakes are big enough to be lakes, but there are a lot of lakes that are quite a bit smaller that we classify as lakes, so we can jack it up to get to 10,000. 100%. Oh God, Roots and Hobo are fucking each other in the chat. This is weird, guys. Guys. If you guys see, if Hobo is really coming to the anniversary show. And we'd love to have them. Those guys were going to be coming to the show last year. It didn't work out. But if those guys show up to the show, I can't wait to have them. However, don't follow these 2 into the bathroom. It's looking like they're trying to jack each other off. April's Missing Orgasm says, what's YouTube spamming about a $170 fake donation? Are they coping? Did we get the Steel Toe Hate Mob coping about Flinty Gecko's drop? Oh, no. Sorry, hey, you know what? I get why you're angry. I set you guys up thinking that this was going to be a big L. I thought we were going to take it too. Flinty rescued us, but Flinty Gecko did send me his address. I am going to send him some stuff. His address is 46... No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to give out his address. But I got to tell you, guys, if you want to make Aaron happy and you secretly love Steel Toe, you will spam the YouTube chat that it was a fake donation, because I love that I get you that badly. I really do. Root says, follow us into the bathroom. We'll be doing cocaine for sure. It's past my day. It's past my day. Hey, guys, the Washington Post just can't figure this out. There's a mystery afoot on the U.S.-Mexico border. I was wondering if you could help the Washington Post out. Remember, the Washington Post is the newspaper that all the liberals were crying about. It was turning conservative. It was turning right-wing because Jeff Bezos didn't want it to be a liberal rag. Now, much like a lot of people thought Chris Cuomo was turning hard right, he's not. Washington Post isn't turning hard right. It's just not commie liberal anymore. It's just mildly left of center. This was a real article they ran yesterday on their website. The mysterious drop in fentanyl seizures on the U.S.-Mexico border. What? You mean less fentanyl is getting across the U.S.-Mexico border, so we're stopping and having less seizures? I wonder why that could be. It couldn't be a president who's actually enforcing our border laws and that people just aren't even trying to get the fentanyl across the border anymore. Nah, it couldn't be that. It's got to be that, these drug dealers and these cartel people, they just got bored, They just got bored and tired, so they don't want to traffic the fentanyl across the southern border anymore. God damn, man. Not only can they not shit on Biden still, they really can't give Trump credit for anything. I mean, there's a very simple explanation as to why fentanyl seizures are down at the border. Trump threatened Mexico with tariffs if they didn't secure their side of the border. So they sent 10,000 Mexican troops to their side of the border, shut it down, and they're not allowed. Like, the United States, all they did was take the financial advantage and pressure we have over Mexico. We leaned on them a little bit, and they did what we wanted them to do. It's almost like the last administration didn't want the border secured and didn't give a fuck if a bunch of fentanyl got across the border. Why? Because the Democrats wanted more illegals coming into the country, so that meant the border security had to be more lax. Why? Because if those illegal immigrants got into the country and then got a bunch of free government benefits, they would reward the party who gave them to them. Why? Because that's how learned dependency works. And then the Democrats would work on legislation that would allow those illegals to vote in a few years. But don't worry, guys. There's no great replacement going on. It's all a myth, and you're just a racist. Before we go today, I did want to get a quick Diddy trial update. You know, this Diddy trial is not getting as much attention as maybe it should. And a lot of that, unfortunately, is because federal trials are not televised. You can't have cameras in the courtroom in federal courts. You have to rely on just the sketch artists. And the sketch artists, then they go on the news that night, and they're like, hey, here's what they talked about at the Diddy trial. So it's not as exciting for people to watch. But there is some very interesting news. Like we learned yesterday, Mike Myers had CIA connections. Like Mike Myers may have been a CIA asset. Austin Powers might be a documentary. We don't know. We also learned that Prince knew about the Diddy parties, and he was talking about them and telling people about them, and he left a note, and he hid that note away, and they got the note, you know, in case anything happened to him. Guess what? Something happened to him, whether, you know, it is the way the story goes or somebody got him. Prince was speaking out about the Diddy parties. Well, yesterday we found out that Diddy paid $100,000 to get a hold of the surveillance video showing his assault of Cassie Ventura. Now, an innocent man who didn't do nothing doesn't go to the hotel and go, yo, I'll cut you a $100,000 check right now. What I need you to do is I need you to fucking, you know, hand me that tape and make sure you make no copies. Nothing digital exists of it. I need that. $100,000. Because he smacked, well, I mean, we've all seen the video. He smacked the living shit out of her in a towel, no less. I mean, it's one of the most white trash things Diddy's ever done. Combs is facing multiple felony charges, including racketeering, conspiracy, fraud, and sex trafficking. The surveillance video from 2016, when Combs and Ventura stayed at the Intercontinental Hotel in L.A., showed multiple angles of the then couple's interactions in the hallways after Ventura left the hotel room, including moments where Combs grabs her, throws glass vases at her, shoves her, hits her, kicks her while she was on the floor, and attempts to drag her along the floor back to the room. So there was $100,000 paid to this Eddie Garcia, a security officer at the hotel, to keep the video a secret, but they ended up getting a hold of it. Diddy's personal assistant, Christina Coram, visited the hotel, asking the security officers to view it or obtain a copy. And Combs called him on the hotel security phone line and his personal cell phone, asking for help with the video. Now this Garcia guy is a witness against Diddy. It's the thing, man. A guy gets in trouble like that, it doesn't matter how hardcore you think you are, man. Those rats, they leave that ship really, really quick. So it's not looking good for Diddy, but then again, when was it ever? When was it ever looking good for Diddy? He's fucked. Let's go to 09 Canyon. He said he kicked the shit out of her all the time, punched her in the face in front of employees at least once. Yeah, I think that's, I think Diddy's going down hard. I know that money saves you from a lot of this stuff, and I know that public reputation and being a famous guy, you know, the OJ trial, people always point that out. You know, it saves you, but I just think there's so much shit on Diddy that I don't think that they're going to be able to, you know, pull the fat out of the fire on this one. I just don't. That's going to do it for today. Thank you. Holy shit, you guys. We knocked it out. It was looking, here's how it went. It was looking fucking crazy good at around 7 o'clock. Then it nosedived until about 9:50, and then Flinty Gecko for the win with the 170. He sent me his address. Flinty, if you're still listening, do you want the new hoodie? Do you want the another win for the toe shirt, or what? Your call. Let's go to Chevy Fan with $1. Says, speaking of cover-ups, a man tried to off himself by jumping off the parking ramp at Mystic Saturday. Nothing in the news. Huh. Interesting. All right. Thank you guys very much. I'll look into it. Maybe we'll have it for the evening show. I'll be back at 6 o'clock tonight. Wow. I mean, thank you again so much, Flinty Gecko. MSO says, I was entertained. Thanks. Wow. That's nice. Hobo says, Flinty, expect a package in the mail 2027. I'm ordering it now. Bye, everybody.